I'm grateful for. I am grateful for a family that are healthy, happy, and thriving after a very difficult year. I am extremely grateful that during a year of COVID, when many of my friends and colleagues caught the disease, that they are healthy and doing well. And finally, I am grateful, or maybe I should say hopeful, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that next year we will all be together for Thanksgiving. Thanks.
As I prepare to celebrate my first Thanksgiving here in Moldova, I'm grateful for our excellent partners like AmCham, who help us to advance shared policy priorities that will improve the lives of Moldovan people. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello everyone, and greetings from sunny California. Well, it technically is not. It looks sunny, but it's actually quite cold. So another Thanksgiving is upon us, and we always traditionally look to give thanks for the things we're very happy about. It's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging couple of years, as everybody knows. And there's always the little things you can be sort of grateful about, like waking up before the alarm goes off, or finding a taxi driver who shares your weird taste in music. But in reality, you know, we all, I hope, like everyone, I'm thankful for the health of my colleagues, friends, and family. Although, to be honest, a lot of my friends, as I'm sure everybody's, have been affected by the pandemic, and I do care or grieve for those who have suffered losses. So I look forward to next Thanksgiving, to be honest, when I could probably say that we're probably back in getting to see each other face to face, and hopefully enjoying the new beginning that the end of the pandemic will be bringing. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to seeing all of you soon.
I just want to say that I'm thankful for my family and my friends, and for the work that the American Chamber of Commerce does here in Chisinau to build trade ties between the United States and Moldova. Happy Thanksgiving.
My family and I look forward to celebrating our third Thanksgiving in Moldova, and we are so grateful for all the friends that we've made here over the last 2 years. I'm also grateful for AmCham and for the excellent partnership we've built together to help promote U.S. businesses in Moldova and to build a stronger, better investment climate to attract even more U.S. investment over the coming years to improve the lives of Moldovans and raise the standard of living. Happy Thanksgiving!
Hello everyone, and happy Thanksgiving 2021. I wish everybody a great celebration. I'd like to also share some of the reasons I really appreciate Thanksgiving. For me, it's one of my favorite holidays in the whole year, mostly because it's entirely centered around having a large table with your family, extended family, close friends, and gathering a lot of people around just to be thankful for what we all have. And for me, this is great. It's not commercialized, it's just enjoying these values of life. I also think that it's one of the reasons why I find Moldova such a friendly and open place. We share a lot of the same values. A Thanksgiving Day table for me looks and feels a lot like a large Moldovan table where we share the same values of family and friendship and cheer. And to this, I wish everybody a great Thanksgiving 2021.
this is what I'm grateful for. I am grateful for a family that are healthy, happy, and thriving after a very difficult year. I am extremely grateful that during a year of COVID, when many of my friends and colleagues caught the disease, that they are healthy and doing well. And finally, I am grateful, or maybe I should say hopeful, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that next year we will all be together for Thanksgiving. Thanks.
As I prepare to celebrate my first Thanksgiving here in Moldova, I'm grateful for our excellent partners, like AmCham, who help us to advance shared policy priorities that will improve the lives of Moldovan people. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from sunny California. Well, it technically is not. It looks sunny, but it's actually quite cold. So another Thanksgiving is upon us, and we always traditionally look to give thanks for the things we're very happy about. It's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging couple of years, as everybody knows. And there's always the little things you can be sort of grateful about, like waking up before the alarm goes off, or finding a taxi driver who shares your weird taste in music. But in reality, you know, we all, I hope, like everyone, I'm thankful for the health of my colleagues, friends, and family. Although, to be honest, a lot of my friends, as I'm sure everybody's, have been affected by the pandemic, and I do care or grieve for those who have suffered losses. So I look forward to next Thanksgiving, to be honest, when I could probably say that we're probably back in getting to see each other face to face, and hopefully enjoying the new beginning that the end of the pandemic will be bringing. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to seeing all of you soon.
I just want to say that I'm thankful for my family and my friends, and for the work that the American Chamber of Commerce does here in Chisinau to build trade ties between the United States and Moldova. Happy Thanksgiving.
My family and I look forward to celebrating our third Thanksgiving in Moldova, and we are so grateful for all the friends that we've made here over the last 2 years. I'm also grateful for AmCham and for the excellent partnership we've built together to help promote U.S. businesses in Moldova and to build a stronger, better investment climate to attract even more U.S. investment over the coming years to improve the lives of Moldovans and raise the standard of living. Happy Thanksgiving!
Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving 2021. I wish everybody a great celebration. I'd like to also share some of the reasons I really appreciate Thanksgiving. For me, it's one of my favorite holidays in the whole year, mostly because it's entirely centered around having a large table with your family, extended family, close friends, and gathering a lot of people around just to be thankful for what we all have. And for me, this is great. It's not commercialized. It's just enjoying these values of life. I also think that it's one of the reasons why I find Moldova such a friendly and open place. We share a lot of the same values. A Thanksgiving Day table for me looks and feels a lot like a large Moldovan table where we share the same values of family and friendship and cheer. And to this, I wish everybody a great Thanksgiving 2021.
this is what I'm grateful for. I am grateful for a family that are healthy, happy, and thriving after a very difficult year. I am extremely grateful that during a year of COVID, when many of my friends and colleagues caught the disease, that they are healthy and doing well. And finally, I am grateful, or maybe I should say hopeful, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that next year we will all be together for Thanksgiving. Thanks.
As I prepare to celebrate my first Thanksgiving here in Moldova, I'm grateful for our excellent partners like AmCham, who help us to advance shared policy priorities that will improve the lives of Moldovan people. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from sunny California. Well, it technically is not. It looks sunny, but it's actually quite cold. So another Thanksgiving is upon us, and we always traditionally look to give thanks for the things we're very happy about. It's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging couple of years, as everybody knows. And there's always the little things you can be sort of grateful about, like waking up before the alarm goes off, or finding a taxi driver who shares your weird taste in music. But in reality, you know, we all, I hope, like everyone, I'm thankful for the health of my colleagues, friends, and family. Although, to be honest, a lot of my friends, as I'm sure everybody's, have been affected by the pandemic, and I do care or grieve for those who have suffered losses. So I look forward to next Thanksgiving, to be honest, when I could probably say that we're probably back in getting to see each other face to face, and hopefully enjoying the new beginning that the end of the pandemic will be bringing. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to seeing all of you soon.
I just want to say that I'm thankful for my family and my friends, and for the work that the American Chamber of Commerce does here in Chisinau to build trade ties between the United States and Moldova. Happy Thanksgiving.
My family and I look forward to celebrating our third Thanksgiving in Moldova, and we are so grateful for all the friends that we've made here over the last 2 years. I'm also grateful for AmCham and for the excellent partnership we've built together to help promote U.S. businesses in Moldova and to build a stronger, better investment climate to attract even more U.S. investment over the coming years to improve the lives of Moldovans and raise the standard of living. Happy Thanksgiving!
Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving 2021. I wish everybody a great celebration. I'd like to also share some of the reasons I really appreciate Thanksgiving. For me, it's one of my favorite holidays in the whole year, mostly because it's entirely centered around having a large table with your family, extended family, close friends, and gathering a lot of people around just to be thankful for what we all have. And for me, this is great. It's not commercialized. It's just enjoying these values of life. I also think that it's one of the reasons why I find Moldova such a friendly and open place. We share a lot of the same values. A Thanksgiving Day table for me looks and feels a lot like a large Moldovan table where we share the same values of family and friendship and cheer. And to this, I wish everybody a great Thanksgiving 2021.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our 5th edition of the HR Management Conference. HR Management Conference of American Chamber of Commerce from Moldova. A great project started 5 years ago, and now this year we are proud to welcome more international visitors, participants, and speakers. I would like to thank once again the sponsors of the event, Maib, Purcar, and SNT. And congratulations once again to everybody on the occasion of the Thanksgiving Day. And now I'd like to present our guest from Poland, Aneta Godzwan. Aneta, are you with us? Aneta is the HR director with an experience of more than 20 years. And in Orbico, she is actually from 2011 when she joined the company, the Polish company. At that moment, the main distributor of the Procter & Gamble products. And then this company became the part of the Orbico. And now, Aneta is leading the HR department, the organizational development capability, competencies development, and she has great experience in building teams. She has a wonderful experience in growing others. She is fond of being a trainer and to support others to grow. And she's also fond of cinema and cuisine. And she has more than 200 DVDs. Yes, Aneta? And also she speaks very well French, as she has a bachelor degree in French philology. Now she's also graduated in, and licensed in economics. And on saying this, Aneta, welcome to our conference.
Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Svetlana, thank you very much for this amazing introduction. You made my day, basically, so I now have a good energy to start with the presentation. I guess I can, yes?
Of course, yes, please.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning and warm greetings from, unfortunately, rainy Poland today. Before I start with the presentation, I simply wanted to say that I am absolutely glad and honored to be today among all of you. Absolutely great HR experts and great leaders. I have to apologize because I won't be able to stay longer, so I will leave the meeting after my presentation. But I wish you a lot of amazing inspiration, best practices, as well as networkings. So let me start with the presentation. What's in my agenda for today? Of course, I will briefly at the beginning introduce Orbico Group, then myself, but from the a little bit different perspective. As I am HR person, I will add a little bit human touch to my presentation. Then I will talk about the subjective definition of what HR is about. I would like to guide you through certain facts about HR journey, both short and long-term perspective. And in the end, we will try to guess together how the future will look like. So let me introduce Orbico Group, which I am really proudly representing today during this event. We are definitively leading distributor in Europe of goods from FMCG as well as beauty, style, and salon professional. We are present in 20 countries today, and you can see the map on the right part of the screen. We have more than 7,000 of employees, turnover over 3 billion euro, and the number of customers is more than 70,000. From the HR perspective, this growth was quite intensive challenge for us as we were growing via mergers and acquisitions. So you could imagine that for HR team, both on Orbico side and on the other side, it was very important challenge to manage this merger and acquisition via smooth process of integration of both teams. We, of course, have the proudly defined purpose, vision, and mission. What was important for us as the HR is to communicate them properly via whole entire organization. So we wanted to really reach with this mission and vision all our 7,000 employees. The company was founded 30 years ago in 1987 in Switzerland. However, our home country is Croatia. Today, the headquarters of Orbico Group is in Zagreb. And you can see how we were growing over the years. So this is really intensive growth, and still some employees who are working at the very beginning has certain sentimental testimonials, how it was like 20 or 30 years ago. Indeed, we have like three main pillars. Here, there are only two main mentioned. Why, I will explain you. Two, the biggest one is the pillar of FMCG and so-called special categories. And below of this pillar, you can see the brands we are distributing. And the other big pillar is the beauty, salon professional, and style, including the brands which we are distributing in all our countries. And the third pillar is, we call it like a cherry on the cake, because the third one is tourism, located mainly in Croatia, because this is really some piece of the heart of Orbico Group owners. What is here interesting from the HR point of view when you are looking on the slide is that we are not owning those brands. So it is great to see them now on the screen and to have them in our portfolio. But from the perspective of employer branding, it's also quite a challenge because we are not producer, we are distributor. So our biggest value is not really the brand, but our people and our best practices, how we are reaching our clients with the goods of our suppliers. So this is briefly about Orbico Group. And yes, we have the proudly Orbico Moldova, that is also growing and building brand within the company, within the country. And I'm sure that you know Orbico Moldova also from the very good perspective. When it comes about me, Svetlana already did absolutely perfect presentation, but as I am HR person, I always like to add some human touch to it. So this picture is representing really me, and it is with the rainbow background, because I believe that the life is like a rainbow and we have to have all the colors to be really full of life. So green for me is really the planet, enjoying, traveling, tasting, showing emotion and feeling the feelings. Then the orange one are the people. I am absolutely social being and I love to be surrounded by the people, and my main leading energy is the yellow one. The blue one is my inner world, my thoughts, my dreams, and always the best ideas are coming to me when I am running, because I am runner also. The violet is acknowledge. I believe this is the big treasure we have, that nobody can take it from us. We can lose all the money, all other goods, but the knowledge will stay with us. That's why I'm learning all my life and I continue this journey. Red is I love. I love my family and I love my job. I am HR by passion, by profession, and also by education and by heart. And yellow is sun, and my life motto, always look at the bright side of the life. So even in the rainy day like late, I am feeling the good energy. So that's briefly about Orbico and about me, but I am supposed to talk today about HR. And when I started my HR journey and when I start to lead a new team, I'm always thinking what HR is about. The people are saying human resources, they are saying human capital, human asset, but what is really about? Where is this clue and heart of HR? And when I was going through the journey, talking with different experts, HR leaders, business leaders, I found something which stick to my nature, but I think it stick also to the nature of many HR people, that HR is taking care of company being, of its body and of its soul. I believe that the company is like a human being. It has a body and it has a soul. The body might be identified like everything which is our organization, let's say. Those are our processes, policies, rules, recommendations, KPIs, and so on. And soul is everything which is intangible, like our values, behaviors, ways of communicating, traditions, habits, all those artifacts which are not maybe visible from the first point of view, but we are considering like a glue for our organization. And I believe the company, to be full organization, needs to have both dimensions, body and a soul. Without body, we might become very happy, but sometimes maybe chaotic, because the body is about how we are operating. Without soul, we become perfect machine, very well organized, but without really the sense of belonging and the sense of meaning. That's why this why and how are both dimensions which HR has to take care and be fully involved in. And then when I was trying to find, okay, we have the body and we have the soul, so let's think from HR perspective, how it look like. And then obviously I identified all the HR processes we are owning and with which we are contributing to deliver the best possible business results, because the HR is the part of business results and of business strategy. And on the other side, when we are looking on our soul, those are different roles and different hats we are wearing on our heads being HR people. And when you're looking on the slide, you already are conscious of the journey which HR went over the years. Because if you have the perspective or 10 years, 15 years ago, I think the red part would be at that moment probably empty. At that time, nobody was imagining HR being strategic partner or being the change agent, or moreover, culture building facilitator. And on the blue side, probably we were limited only to the payroll and HR administration, or maybe the health and safety. So this is already explaining how fabulous journey the HR went over the years. But I believe the journey still continue. And we have to acknowledge already several facts which are significantly impacting the journey of HR. I put 6 of them here, but I believe we might even name more, but those are like considered probably the most important. The first one is about the technology, invading every aspect of our work, moreover of our life. We are talking about artificial intelligence, virtual reality, automation, and chatbots. I will give a simple example from our Orbico Group. Till the end of 2020, our corporate training portfolio was fully Classroom One. And in 2020, we shifted everything into 100% virtual portfolio. Huge change for all the stakeholders. But the reality pushed us to this change and we managed it successfully. But this is really proving how much technology is invading everything what we are doing. Indeed, changing demographics and multi-generational workforce will push HR people to work more and be more conscious on diversity and inclusion process. This is not only about age diversity. For us, for example, in Orbico, and I believe in all countries, it's about multinational diversity, means multi-culti diversity, which is absolutely fabulous challenge. But we have to play our main role as HR people indeed, and to help our people to integrate this diversity and to make it the treasure coming from the synergy which will give us and produce as the best result. The third one is unique employee experience, which started with unique customer experience. And we all know that the happy employees will make our customers being happy. And indeed, our people are looking for unique experiences in their lives. It means also in their jobs. So they are looking for something special. And we as the HR, we should see how this employee experience starts already and look like even before the recruitment interview will happen, till the end of the journey. So even till the exit, when we have to take care how this process is managed on our side. To help us with this, absolutely the data centrists will come on board. The data centrists might help us with the unique employee experience, but also with all our decisions. We are more and more data-oriented, number-oriented, and many of our decisions, not only in our work, but also in our lives, are based on facts and are based on the numbers. It's important that we HR people, we are also tracking the human capital analytics, for example, but we are also tracking exactly the experience of our employees. Moreover, I even saw the algorithms helping us understand how the people are connected between them. Now, nobody is talking about work-life balance. Everybody is already talking about work-life integration. We are looking for the flexibility, for the right integration of our jobs, which we would like to love, and with our lives. And this indeed will require a huge flexibility from our companies as well as from HR people. The working hours, the space, the how, when, what, and where might become question of certain flexibility needed, because the people would like to leave it fully integrated and not to talk anymore that I should to keep the right balance. I simply should went through this journey as smooth as possible. And the last trend, which is coming from the customer behavior, but is more and more visible when the people are choosing the employer, is the question of conscious choices. Many people now are asking the question, do I need this? Especially with Corona period, which verified many of our decisions. Then people are really thinking, if I really need to work there, with whom I will work, in what kind of the company I will work. And this conscious choices means that they are looking for the purpose, for meaning, they are looking for the values, which should stick also to their own values. So building this identity of the company, authentic one, not the artificial one, would become a big mission of HR leaders, hand in hand with business leaders. So those are the 6 facts which are imposing already our HR jobs. And I found absolutely fabulous graphics coming from one American institute showing already the HR jobs, which might be results of those 6 trends. Let's have a look on that. This is the perspective showed in 2 ways. The one way is the perspective of time, which is related to the upcoming 10 years. And then there is a perspective of technology centricity. And this is divided into, let's say, 4 quadrants from time perspective and how much technology will become the center of HR jobs. And at the very first moment when I saw this, I was a little bit maybe shocked, because I said to myself, Aneta, how many of those jobs sounds really familiar to you? Really familiar. Not that I feel I know what is behind, but really I could describe the job descriptions. Then I was even more shocked because I already noticed that the evolution is happening already now. So we have the jobs with the high technology centricity, which appeared already in 2020, like working from home facilitator. But then I said, nevertheless, there is a place for everybody. So this is important message for us as HR people. The technology will stay with us, but there will be always the place in our profession for the jobs which will be more connected with human than with the technology itself. So I think we have to learn and acknowledge this fact and no neglect neither technology, neither the human touch in our jobs. I was looking at this slide and looking the job for me in the future, and I found definitively something which would stick to my nature, and this is the director of the well-being. Some of the companies has already the chief happiness officer, and I think it's very, very important trend we have to look at. But there are more also the jobs which are connected with the technology, and already those which is connected with data centrism, like HR data detective. It might sound not very fancy because the word detective does not really fit to HR, but it means that we have to also follow the data analytics and be conscious of the data, of the numbers from many perspectives if you want to prepare the proper sustainable future for our companies. Going via this chart, we definitively are able to identify certain 5 themes which will shape the future of HR. Voila, 5 of them. The first one is obviously the well-being, so-called happiness of our people. It starts already with the work-life integration, with the digital economy, with also stress, which was here hugely impacted by pandemic. We as a teams, we have to create the conditions and the environment for the well-being of our people. The second theme is organizational trust, the authentic identity and the purpose and the meaning of our company. The people will look for that, and this is absolutely important. Moreover, if you want to think about diversity and inclusion, we have to have this fairness in every step of our processes and in our organization. Creativity and innovation might sound not very innovative as a trend, but indeed, we saw how much we as an HR, we were put out of our comfort zones because we were probably questioning many of our status quo when the pandemic started, because probably everything that can go virtual will go virtual after the corona world. And that's why it's important that we stay creative and also support and enhance this digital evolution or a revolution of our function. Data literacy, definitively, be conscious of the data, create the system which are providing the reliable information, and that we are really evidence-based decision makers. And the last one is human and machines partnership. I am using here the word partnership because I think we should not go into the competition, which was even shown on the graph which was shared with me on the previous slide, that this is about cooperation, seamless cooperation between the machine and the humans. Indeed, certain of our jobs, the most repetitive ones, will become probably automated. And by the way, Orbico Hungary is testing already a chatbot for certain of employee services, for the more frequent asking questions, or for the very simple document that the employee could consult with the chatbot. And by the way, the chatbot has the name, his name is Arthur. So I believe those 5 trends will absolutely shape our future. And the evolution started already. So we cannot wait. We simply has to go into this train and start the journey. This is probably also the long perspective. When it comes to the short facts perspective, I think this is what is already happening. So dear HR people and dear Orbico leaders and dear business leaders, let's invest in happiness. Our employees who are having joy are not willing to change the job. Let's accept the flexibility, because we see that the flexibility will bring them happiness, and the life-work integration is already part of our reality. And let's fully understand the expectations of our future employees, because if we are able to convince them to join and then bring them the happiness, they will for sure stay with us more longer than only a few years. This is about the long-term and short-term facts, which I believe we should acknowledge in order to manage our future and in order to prepare sustainable future for our organization and to really become a strategic partners for our business leaders. And I am always telling to my HR teams, guys, understand the business of your company. Be as much as possible close to your people to understand what is soul and body is about. Then you will really bring value. What the future is about, what's next? I was always joking when the corona pandemic started, were asking me, Aneta, how the future of training will look like? And I would say, look, it's nice questions, but today I really don't know. And asking these questions, I was always having, look, guys, we are living really in VUCA times, really in VUCA. And the world is changing so fast that sometimes we are not even observing the proper curve of change implementation because we don't have time to go through all the steps and acknowledge every phases of change. But what I believe that people already created the answer, this VUCA, which should be mantra also for HR people. And we here has a big role to play, to create the proper vision, to have the right understanding, to provide the clarity, and to act with agility. And this is valid for all of us, not only for HR, but for all us as leaders, for all us as employees, but for all us also as workers, let's say it this way. So for me, maybe I don't know how the future will look like, but I can somehow prepare it, having in mind that if I know where is my port and towards what I am heading for, if I understand, unless my organization, if not my team, and if I try to provide them the clarity in what we are doing and acting with agility, then my future will not be afraid for me because I will be ready and prepared for that. That's all from my side. I hope that I managed my presentation on time. I thank you very much for your attention. I don't know if we have still time for Q&A. If yes, I would be glad to answer the potential questions, or maybe not even questions, but to hear your reactions or reflections you have after what I have shared with you. And if not today, please do not hesitate to contact me. I would be more than happy to see you all afterwards, because I believe that networking and sharing is caring. So I would be also glad to hear your best practices and your thoughts about the HR trends, transformation, and as well as about HR future. Thank you very much.
So much, Aneta. Thank you very much for this very deep presentation and very touchful. And in this regard, I would like to continue the discussion with you and to have some questions for you. And now I was wondering, when you mentioned about the soul and the body of the organization, of course, everybody listening you imagine already the processes from the own organization. And I was thinking, like, we as HR experts, we implement all the processes according to the books, and we take care of the employees, and we measure the engagement, and we have a lot of action plans. And actually, we are convinced that we're doing everything we can that employees shall feel great. But anyway, there are people that still don't have that connection, emotional connection. And then my question is, how to do that in the way that really people fall in love, that they are aligned, their objectives with the scopes and the strategy of the company, that they really resonate with that purpose, or they find their purpose. So I'm really here, like, what to do more like human touchable.
Great question. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for putting this on the table. It's absolutely touching me, even this question, because you saw I am really trying to add to all what we are doing, the human touch. And I will now use the words of our owner, Mr. Branko Roglic. He's already like the 75 years guy with the absolutely fabulous energy. And he's always saying, everything what you are doing, you have to do this with your full heart and dedication. So I think that, first of all, we leaders in HR, we have to simply answer the question, do I believe in this? Is this something that I really doing with my full heart of the dedication? Because I believe the authenticity, integrity is the clue and the key of the success for the implementation of our strategies, values, and behaviors. Then you start to be authentic, and then people will start to believe you. Then you have to live by example and to lead by example, because people will hear probably 10% of what you are saying. Maybe less they will remember, but they will for sure remember how you are acting and what you are doing. And I think if you are just implementing the things, and I will be brutal here to saying just to tick the box, it will not work. If we are doing this with the full belief and the full integrity, and all the processes are aligned with our culture, values, and behaviors, and our leaders are in, people will fall in love. But there is one important watch out. Those are people also are choosing the employer. So sometimes there is a decision or journey that this is not for me. But if both sides are authentic, the magic for sure will happen. And I am always explaining, guys, with the values and behaviors is, maybe this is not the right comparison. It's sometimes with the pandemic. You start be one, leading by example, showing with all your persistence and consistency what the values are about. And then the others will start to observe you, and then you will have one follower, second follower, the third follower, and then the whole organization suddenly will join. So I think for me, the key is integrity and true belief that those are the things which are right, and this is what my company is about. And if the leaders are leading by example, then I think the magic will happen and we will fall in love.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anita. And one more question in this regard. Let's imagine that a big part, or not a big part, but a part of the participants that are following us now are thinking, do we really have very clear established values in our organization? And then they decide, and purpose and mission and vision. And they decide in 1-2 months, let's review them and let's establish and let's work on them. How long do you think, considering that there is a very strong agenda on the communication and implementation of the values and purpose, how long do you think it will take for all the organization to feel that new elements of the culture, to see the results transposed already in the activity?
Very good question. I could, first of all, share the very concrete example I have based on Orbico, because our values are since years, but we decided in one moment to reshape them. And it took us 1 year from the idea to the shaping them, not even to start with the communication. Okay, we started with the communication, but then I think it depends on the scale and how much we believe this is the right values and how much we put the whole processes into it. Because I think there is one thing which is the values as they defined, and then there is an adjustment of our processes based on those values. Why I'm insisting here? Because then all your processes has to be also values centric. Let's imagine the process of a yearly appraisal or yearly survey. We include all those values into those processes to make the system coherent. So I cannot really judge, and I think it would be not fair to say this is 1 year, this is 2 years, or this is longer journey. I am really sharing the concrete example based on Orbico Group, which is the quite huge organization, but we had already certain shape or initial status of our values and behaviors. So we were not building them from scratch, so-called, but from certain background. So it took us like 1 year, but we are still in process. Why? Because basically the adjustment of all agile processes together with the values and the culture is more longer process if you want to really do this in a quality way. And I think here we should talk more about the quality that really of the quantity of how we are doing. So I think it's very, very individual. And this also depends on the strong beliefs coming from the head, from the top really of the company, how much we are here integrated, all of us around those values and behaviors, believe in them. Because, you know, I think sometimes the problem is that the leaders are really not believing how much culture is absolute asset of the company because it's not tangible. And when you start to show the impact of the culture, even on the loyalty and the retention of the employees, then they start also more to stick to it. So I think it's really very individual, this time frame, what you are asking for.
Thank you. And here I would like to mention once again that it's absolutely a must that all the team, the leadership team, and when I'm saying leadership team, I'm meaning the top management and the middle management also, because all of them lead by example and each of them are touching the experience, employee experience of their employees. So that's also the important thing and the condition for the transformation to be happening. Thank you very much, Aneta. And I have, again, the feeling that we will continue our discussions in another type of the activities within the HR committee activity in Moldova. So if you are open, as soon as you are our member, regardless the fact that you are in Poland, now we are a big community and we will continue our our sharing experience. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure. So count on me, really. Thank you very much for the perfect facilitation and great questions, and great day to all, and a lot of sun I wish you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Aneta. Bye-bye. And we continue our discussions, and I'd like to welcome another colleague of ours, Ludmila Stratutsa. She is the HR director of the Purcai Wineries company. This is the leading winery company of Moldova and one of our partner and sponsor of the event. Ludmila has an exceptional experience in HR processes and HR management over 10 years. She, at the moment, is leading the HR team in Purcari. And before that, she acquired a great experience in international companies as well as local companies in different industries, in tobacco industry, in telecommunication industry. And I'm really happy to welcome Ludmila. Ludmila?
Hi, Svetlana. Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm really glad to be here, and using this platform, I would like to thank all the AmCham team for this amazing opportunity, the opportunity to speak and to share my point of view on one of an important topic such as HR transformation, with an accent on shifting demographics.
Great.
Yes, if it's okay, I would like to begin my presentation.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I need to mention that although this is not a new subject on our agenda, I mean on our HR agenda, and transformation of workplace and other talent and culture shift we face right now are not anymore a future trend. They are happening right now. We have to admit that the disruptive force of COVID-19 pandemic has caused existing trends to accelerate, of course, and one of the biggest changes from my perspective is the shifting and transformation of workplace demographics. First of all, I would like to begin with sharing with you some results of a global study, the most recent global study executed by BCG, the network, and headhunters, about the future of work and how pandemic influenced the work format or the work model. And here I will begin by stating some highlights, some main points from this study. First of all, we see that there is a shift in employees' attitudes regarding relocation. The general interest in relocating for a career development in another country has dropped considerably. This means that about 50% of respondents from 109 participating countries in this study indicated their readiness to relocate. But this indicator is far lower than the one stated in 2014 and 2018 in the same study, where the rates were about 64% and respectively 57%. The reason behind this might be quite different, but mainly it refers to the fact that recently we were introduced to distance working as a new format of work. And on the other hand, this is driven by the restrictive migration policy introduced due to pandemic. At the same time, COVID or coronavirus situations happens to become an important factor in decision whether to relocate or not in a country. It feels that the countries that were stated as the most attractive are the countries with lower infection rate also. Such countries are Canada, Japan, Australia, and more recently in this list were included Singapore and New Zealand. In addition to all that, remote working becomes an important driver for development of virtual career. What do I mean by saying this? Mostly 57% of respondents said they would prefer or would be interested in working in a distance in an international company, and 71% of them, mostly from IT industry, indicated even that they are okay to accept a job in a company with no physical presence in their location. So far, let's see how other indicators resulted from the study. And we are talking here about remote work, because remote work is not going anywhere. It has become already our new reality. And so it comes that 89% of respondents said they would rather prefer remote work or flexible work environment. The majority would say that they would prefer hybrid work models. We do observe also a refocus on rather short-term benefits and advantages from employees rather than long-term benefits and advantages. What this means? It means that, that employees currently value more relationship, work-life balance, relationship with management, salary, and while professional development and learning moved to the second place. Important also is to state that we notice a shift in attitude regarding diversity and environment. So almost 70% of respondents noted that ethnocultural diversity and climate issues are more important for them. This means that they would rather not analyze or not accept a job from a company that is not committed to global sustainability objectives and doesn't have on their agenda KPIs such as climate change and other global important initiatives. Just to make the shift to our local market, I would like to speak a little bit and to present a little bit the evolution of workplace in Moldova. And for this, in order to give you valuable information, I asked my colleagues, my partners from Rabota.md, that is the biggest job search platform in Republic of Moldova, to share with me some insightful data regarding the dynamic of demand and offer on our market during the crisis period. So let's see how it looks. Well, on this graphic, you see very clearly that evolution of local job offers during crisis have been acting in decrease or have been dropping down in 2020. And this is mainly caused by the pandemic. We're talking about our first lockdown. As you can see on the graph, it is referred to the period of April. And after that, the companies re-enter the market and re-enter in force because the situation is stabilizing. And even we can see an increasing trend. So companies continue to create new job opportunities and continue to search for new talents. This trend is apparently on track in 2021 also, because here stated with the in red color, you can see a significant increase of local job offers during crisis. By dynamic of demand, I mean the total vacancies posted on the platform during the reference period. Let's see on the other side how the candidates' activity during crisis looks like. And here you can see a slightly different situation. about the candidate's behavior, which I mean counted as number of CVs uploaded on the platform. We see an increased activity in 2020, right in the pandemic time, right when we were supposed to be in the lockdown, I mean, period from April until July, where the number of applications on the site were significantly higher than the other reference periods. Of course, this can be or may be due to job losses caused by the pandemic, or also caused by the return of several citizens in the country and that were in the situation to search for a job. However, 2021, and you can see that the trend begins at the end of 2020, maintains the trend of decreasing, and candidates' activity somehow is very reduced and continues to be reduced on the platform. Finally, this means that right now employees are facing issues on closing vacancies and are forced to fight for talent on the market. Even so, I believe employers will need to review their offers in order to be more competitive on market and competitive in seeking the best talents. Also, I would like to share with you some insights about Moldova demographics, and not only, and some important insights about global demographic changes. And here, all I can say is that the global prognosis of a generation breakdown is becoming more real right now. This is because the young population is constantly in decline. Even if it is considered to be the main cohort or the biggest cohort of society annually, the indicators show that young population registers a significant drop down. In Moldova, thus, in the last years, comparative 2021 with 2017, the number of people aged 30-34 reduced with 6.7%, and the number of people aged 20-24 reduced with 31.6%. Also, it's important to mention that the mortality rate increased significantly, amounting right now 15.4% compared to 30.6%. All this means that globally we register a so-called aging population due to rising life expectancy, of course, and not secondary, the declining birth rate. This means, alongside with innovation in technology, could cause some pretty challenging times for employers, for people, and of course for governments. It is estimated that by 2030, hyperconnected, tech-savvy millennials will make up 40% of the workforce, and it is already known that about 20-30 of working age population in Europe and the United States are engaged in some kind of independent work. What is important for employees is to understand what are the career drivers, work style, and what drives each generation, and what are the values they pursue in order to adapt the HR practices and the management practices, and to create the perfect climate context, organizational context, to ensure performance and a happy environment. In a new Korn Ferry study, latest Korn Ferry study, it is mentioned that the biggest issue is not actually the fact that robots will take most of the jobs, as it is well discussed. But actually the problem is, and the issue is, that we do not have enough people to take those jobs. And for example, I would like here to talk about the situation in the United States, where The majority of baby boomers will have moved from workplace by 2030 and will be replaced by millennials and Generation Z. But these new generations apparently not had the time and learning for taking on many of high skills jobs behind. So what's important here for every organization, and what the savviest organizations do is to take the onus of training talent internally, by themselves. So increasing the hiring people and hiring straight out from school, perhaps. Also, a good strategy will be here to instill a culture of continuous learning and training. Forward-looking organizations are shifting also their approach in order to better understand the workforce attitude and values. This is exactly what we need all to do right now. As you can see on this slide, the demographic changes, demographic generation report will change dramatically, so that by 2025, boomers will represent only 5% of workforce on a global level, and Generation E with Generation Z will be the most part of it. So just to sum it up, why it is important to understand shifting demographics and how it impacts on a company levels, on a management levels, and how companies and HR, first of all, needs to prepare for it. Well, first of all, companies need to understand that it will amplify the skill scarcity. What means that employees will need to look both to reskill, to refine the list of soft skills, to add new skills to their jobs, because such as soft skills such as creativity, leadership, collaboration will be on high demand. Also, we need to consider social polarization and need to speak up, because diversity and inclusion initiatives are the key to recovering growth. Employees and customers are demanding right now that companies take an official stand on climate change and other critical global issues. And this is very, very discussed on a global level. Also, I've already mentioned that, I've already mentioned that remote work has become mainstream. The format 9 to 5 is not the only option anymore. So the companies will need to reconsider and create more on-demand workforce, offer hybrid work models, and gig economy models, accepting part-time employees and being able to deliver on contract workers. Last but not least, it is important to mention that the gender gap is persistent, and as women on a global level are disproportionately affected by both social and economical crises due to COVID, and overrepresented job losses across industries such as retail, hospitality, leisure. Companies have here, and employers can find here great opportunities for upskilling and reskilling them in order to prepare for some of the future jobs. So this has been said. I need to mention that shifting demographics, it is an important factor that needs to be considered among all the others that includes in HR transformation. And an important role, as it was already mentioned before, makes the alignment between top management vision and the market. And HR needs to be very accurate and very connected to social data with analytics, and to understand how better to recognize the risks and how to define plans of management in order to ensure the success. This has been from my side. Svetlana, if there are any questions, I would like to answer to them.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ludmila. Very interesting information. It's important for all of us to follow these trends worldwide and locally also. And in this regard, I would like to ask you to share with us how your organization has been affected in this period, focused on this gender and demographic subject. And what is your experience? What works better in integration the new generations in currently existing already teams, organizations with previous generations? And how we can support to make it more smooth, to align the communication platform between themselves so that the adoption of the organization culture, values for the newcomers could be more easy.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I would like to, I just remembered the statement of Peter Drucker, I believe, culture eats strategy at breakfast. I don't know if you heard it, but it's perfect set, because when we speak about any change or any transformation, we need to understand that it is very, very important to create that culture, that eternal culture, that will help get on board all the people, all the employees, in order to ensure that you have success in your strategic plan. And this means, right in the context of pandemic and emerging changes regarding workforce and generations shift, that employers need to focus on investing on skills development, and needs to review the roles and needs to understand perfectly what is the generation split within the organization in order to identify and allocate the best or the proper solutions for people development according to their age, of course. I can say that this period did not affect us dramatically, because we were focused on maintaining a healthy and secure atmosphere and within the organization, so that we were very connected to our people, and this resulted in loyalty. This resulted in people remaining with us, and we helped them cope with the situation. And I think this is what every employer needs to do right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ludmila. Thank you for accepting to be with us today.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. Thank you very much.
I wish you a very nice day and success in the further processes of HR transformation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you. And now we continue with our next guest and our next speaker, who is Ion Botnaru from Philip Morris. He is the consumer experience head. He's a very special person, holding 2 bachelor degrees in economical journalism and in fine arts. Very good combination, very interesting. He is also responsible at the moment for the customer care and the consumer journey. And he's supporting the company in implementing the strategy of smoke-free products and environment. So let's meet Ion.
Doar o clipă să închid toate notificările. Ok. Hai să începem. Cu 15 ani în urmă, când mi-am început cariera, sau mai bine zis, când am pășit în lumea matură și am început să fac cunoștință cu tot ce înseamnă management de proiecte și management de echipe creative, nici nu puteam să-mi imaginez cât de tare va evolua tot ceea ce azi înseamnă people and culture. Adică atitudinea companiilor față de procesele de angajare, integrare și lucru în echipă. Când am format echipa de marketing la una dintre cele mai mari companii de gadgeturi din Moldova, deja simțeam primele semne ale transformărilor prin care trece piața noastră. De aproape 2 ani fac parte din echipa Philip Morris și pot să vă spun că am simțit direct, prin propria experiență, ce înseamnă o transformare ambițioasă și rapidă, pe care și-o poate asuma o companie internațională. Nu e prima dată când Philip Morris devine un pionier al schimbării. De la o corporație conservativă, cu reguli stricte și procese planificate pe termen lung, de minim 5 ani, la un business flexibil și adaptabil la orice provocări. Chiar mai mult, odată cu începutul erei COVID, compania a profitat de criza pandemică pentru a reforma toate procesele și a găsi cel mai potrivit format de lucru. În iulie 2020 am venit la Philip Morris în funcție de manager al departamentului Consumer Experience. O direcție nouă și importantă în companie, ceea ce a fost tentant pentru mine și cariera mea profesională. Deoarece pentru mine, un job într-o companie internațională simbolizează un next level. Eu am venit plin de entuziasm și idei, cu intenția de a contribui la misiunea companiei de a construi un viitor fără fum pentru 1 miliard de fumători adulți și pentru a consolida echipa în jurul acestei viziuni. Dar pandemia avea planurile sale. De asta, cred că aș putea acum trage o linie și să vă povestesc despre cum au fost lucrurile înaintea erei COVID și transformările care au loc acum, în era COVID. Așa cum orice copil descoperă lumea când merge în locuri noi, când învață cuvinte noi sau când prima dată merge singur pe o motocicletă electrică, la mai puțin de 2 ani, fix așa și eu am descoperit cum se schimbă lumea în jurul meu, aici. Și mai ales cum se schimbă o companie certificată internațional, ca și angajator de top, cu peste 70.000 de angajați, din 180 de țări, de pe toate continentele. Apropo, pentru că am 2 facultăți, jurnalism economic și arte, astăzi o să combin în discursul meu cifrele cu arta, prin prisma impresiilor personale. Nu vreau să mă axez pe prea multă teorie, checklist-uri sau insight-uri pe care le poți găsi ușor și singur pe internet, dar o să prezint istoria mea de angajare la Philip Morris. Hai să ne amintim, înainte de asta, cum a fost până la COVID procesul de recrutare, când practic toate interviurile de angajare erau offline. Și să ne gândim cum este acum în majoritatea companiilor din Moldova. Tot așa, nu? Dar hai să vedem cum este în compania ta, fiindcă văd că avem reprezentanți din diverse domenii, IT, bănci, alte companii locale și internaționale. Scrieți, vă rog, în chat, cum sunt la voi acum interviurile, offline sau online? Între timp, eu o să destăinui primele impresii din procesul de recrutare la Philip Morris International. Primul interviu l-am avut la mijloc de mai 2020, fix după primul lockdown în Moldova. A fost cu un reprezentant din departamentul de recrutare talente, desigur, online. Primul meu insight a fost referitor la managementul așteptărilor candidaților, când la primul interviu mi s-a spus despre perioada în care în mod normal este analizat orice candidat, de la 2 până la 9 luni. Și da, așa și este. Am cunoscuți care au așteptat răspunsul și 2 și 9 luni, până au fost angajați. Apropo, am trimis CV-urile la mai multe companii și unii nici nu au setat confirmarea automată pe e-mail de recrutare că CV-ul e recepționat, alții nu au sunat să confirme dacă postul mai e vacant. Asta ar fi al doilea insight. Să verifici, minim o dată pe lună, cum lucrează procesul de recrutare în compania ta și să ai o comunicare cu potențialii candidați, chiar dacă aceștia nu ajung să fie angajați. Astfel, Și ei vor rămâne cu o impresie bună despre atitudinea companiei. Și tu vei afla cum poți îmbunătăți business procesele de recrutare. Aceasta este prima parte, de fapt, din ceea ce se numește în engleză Employee Journey Map sau calea angajatului. Dacă vei avea timp și interes ca să afli mai multe, just Google it sau putem discuta la Q&A. Al treilea insight, înainte de a fi angajat, știam că majoritatea companiilor locale, în pandemie, au fost nevoite să reducă salariile cu până la 70%. Iar Philip Morris? Nu. Mai mult ca atât, am fost uimit când am aflat că la Philip Morris salariile nu depind de lockdown-uri, dar de îndeplinirea KPI-urilor și obiectivelor strategice. Ceea ce pentru mine a fost peste așteptări. Am fost plăcut uimit să descoper cum, în realitate, arată o abordare corectă față de angajați, cu remunerare stabilită în funcție de rezultate. Și ultimul punct despre recrutare, testele de angajare. Pentru top manager, desigur are sens de făcut cât mai multe teste. Inclusiv eu am trecut prin teste IQ și EQ, probabil mulți știu despre numerical and verbal tests. Dar pentru nivel de executive, noi am renunțat să le mai facem câteva luni în urmă și nu am pierdut din calitatea angajaților care au fost acceptați la job. În schimb, tot procesul acum este mult mai rapid și mai puțin complex, atât pentru ei, cât și pentru departamentul People and Culture. Acum hai să trecem la procesul de integrare. De el depinde dacă angajatul va rămâne în companie și va putea contribui la dezvoltarea acesteia sau va fi nevoit peste 3-6 luni să-și caute un alt job, fiindcă acesta nu îi corespunde așteptărilor. Pentru această etapă, este important ca noul angajat să aibă un plan de integrare, eventual în Excel sau în sistemul de task management, cu departamentele și persoanele responsabile, care să-i prezinte cum lucrează procesele în companie. Și să aibă un buddy, ceva la mijloc între un prieten și coleg, care să îl ghideze pe parcursul acestui plan de integrare și să-i răspundă la orice întrebări. La Philip Morris, buddy nu este managerul, dar o persoană din alt departament. Astfel, există și un schimb de experiență din start. Integrarea la noi durează 1-2 ani, în dependență de poziție, după care se consideră că omul poate deveni autonom și proactiv în sensul complet al cuvântului. Asta pentru mine a fost formidabil. În cazul meu, de la bun început am fost responsabil de 2 departamente, Digital Communication and Infrastructure și Consumer Journey. Dar în câteva luni mi-au propus 2 departamente noi, Marketing și Customer Care. Și mi-au oferit suficient timp pentru a pătrunde în esență și a înțelege treptat toate business procesele. Criza pandemică nu a schimbat radical procesele de integrare a noilor angajați. În schimb, a catalizat tot ceea ce ține de optimizarea modului de lucru. Înainte erei COVID, exista lucrul online, dar în era COVID am fost nevoiți să ne adaptăm și să implementăm formatul care lucrează cel mai bine, hibrid, din oficiu, combinat cu lucrul la distanță. Apropo, am auzit de mai multe ori de la colegi că precedentul director general de la Philip Morris Moldova nu își putea închipui nici o zi ca oficiul să lucreze de acasă. Astăzi, lucrul online este o normalitate. Astăzi, fiecare angajat are libertatea să aleagă cel mai bun și eficient mod de lucru. Și da, zilnic ne convingem că acest format e într-adevăr cel mai eficient. Sigur că această transformare nu ne-a reușit din primele zile. Odată cu schimbarea proceselor de lucru și trecerea la întâlniri online, noi, ca și mulți alții, ne-am confruntat cu un șir de probleme, pe care la acel moment nici nu le vedeam ca probleme. Vorbesc despre întâlnirile online infinite, la care erau obligați să se conecteze practic jumătate din angajați. Deci, zeci de oameni stăteau ore în șir în aceste întâlniri, fără a fi nevoie de implicarea lor directă sau de expertiza lor. Iar dacă nu erau invitate unele echipe, atunci ei simțeau că nu mai suntem pe aceeași undă. Deci, cum ții echipa conectată, fără să o blochezi în întâlniri virtuale la nesfârșit? În primul rând, fiecare angajat este responsabil de calendarul său și cum își programează ziua de lucru și sarcinile. Dacă întâlnirile online sunt setate în calendar împreună cu agenda de discuții, fiecare poate vedea subiectele care urmează a fi discutate și decide dacă este util să participe sau acest timp să îl folosească pentru a rezolva sarcinile de lucru și personale. Îmi amintesc cum într-o zi din primele luni de angajare, Elena, general managerul Philip Morris Moldova, mi-a zis că pot să-mi rezervez în calendarul de lucru timp inclusiv pentru a rezolva sarcini personale. Acest fapt îmi vorbește despre o companie care are încredere totală în angajați și le oferă libertatea de a-și gestiona singuri timpul de lucru. Între timp, am învățat încă un lucru important, care ajută echipa să fie pe aceeași undă, și anume sumarizarea întâlnirilor și informarea printr-un e-mail despre deciziile aprobate sau următorii pași, iar îndeplinirea acestor pași este eficient controlată prin instrumente digitale, precum Microsoft Teams sau Jira. Pe proiectele discutate în aceste call-uri online, de regulă se stabilesc grupuri de inițiativă sau grupuri de proiect care continuă discuțiile în chaturile din Teams. Practic, se lucrează pe principiile holacrației, când în loc de ierarhie clasică, grupurile se organizează pe proiecte, pe interese sau specialități, în așa fel încât să fie sinergice și să nu depindă de o singură persoană care poate lua decizii. Scopul final este de a lua decizii rapide și de a merge prin iterații în fiecare proiect. Dar până am stabilit cel mai eficient format de lucru, au fost testate multe platforme și instrumente digitale și pe parcurs am renunțat la cele care, în loc să eficientizeze procesele, le făceau și mai complexe. Spre exemplu, Skype for Business. Apropo, multe concepte care sunt în trend nu sunt relevante pentru toți. În viziunea mea, agile este totuși prioritar pentru companiile IT, pentru o bancă ar fi mai bine waterfall, iar cel mai bine ce am făcut și noi este să creezi o combinație dintre toate acestea. Și cea mai importantă concluzie e că pentru a modifica ceva în sistemul de task management din companie, trebuie să începi de la tine sau de la SEO. Instrumentele digitale sunt bune, dar să nu uităm că fiecare angajat are și viață personală, iar challenge-ul erei COVID este de a seta un hotar clar între lucru și casă, mai ales când lucrezi de acasă, unde doi copii mai au și ore online, câinele trebuie plimbat, prânzul trebuie gătit. Vă știți și singuri. Cum să reziști în aceste condiții și să păstrezi confortul psihologic? Acesta este testul unui angajator bun. Să asigure tehnic angajatul care lucrează de acasă, să-i ofere un program de lucru flexibil, să trateze oamenii nu ca resurse umane, dar ca personalități, care au scopuri și dorințe personale de a face sport, de a învăța limbi și skill-uri noi. Iarăși, dacă revenim la era înainte de COVID, noi aveam lecții offline de engleză în oficiu, iar acum avem acces la platforme globale precum Rosetta Stone și Udemy. Personal am găsit câteva traininguri care erau deja în planul meu de dezvoltare. Acum haideți să ne imaginăm împreună. Cum va arăta era după COVID? În viziunea mea, lucrul în regim hibrid va rămâne cel mai eficient mod de lucru. Și iată top 5 motive. Ai libertatea de a alege cum și de unde lucrezi. Te poți conecta la ședințe din orice loc, chiar și din automobil sau de la grădiniță. Ai mai mult timp pentru familie, prieteni, sport sau dezvoltare personală. Mai ușor găsești angajați noi și interni, inclusiv de peste hotare. Este mai ușor să-i ții pe toți conectați la tot ce se întâmplă în companie, prin online town hall-uri, sprinturi și team building-uri. Iar acum, la final, dacă toți suntem în regim hibrid, haideți să trecem din online în live și în partea de Q&A să facem un schimb de impresii despre noua realitate.
Mulțumim, Ioan, foarte mult pentru prezentarea.
Thank you, Ioan, very much for your online presentation. And as you said, welcome to the studio. Thank you for inviting me. So let's continue finding answers to the questions that Barbara saw. The first question actually discussed with managers and CEOs in the leadership track about the common challenge that we all face, and that is finding and attract talent to our organization. So please tell me how you manage to do that. How do you find the best talent and attract them to the company? A very good question. I think there are at least two ways for Philip Morris that we are using quite a lot. First one is communicate the company activities. So we promote sustainability projects, recycling, internship projects. And the second way is to promote the team by means of taking part in conferences, seminars, interviews, podcasts, in certain media projects. So these are two main ways. So I believe that your first degree helps you a lot in journalism. Yes, but the arts degree also helps. It's a very good combination. Again, this context of flexibility, virtual, real things, remote work, office work, and now when restrictions come on us from all sides, without having big group activities, how do you manage to keep the team spirit high given this context of the restrictions? Indeed, the team building part, both online and offline, is a special topic for us because the first team building we had was this year in July. So for a year since the pandemic started, we had no offline team building activities in order to meet all the requirements on social distancing and not having groups larger than 50 people. So the first team building activity was this year, meeting all of the rules. But also we have certain team building activities in special intergroups. For instance, the ones who have cars from the company with a car feed training. Also, we have game nights and quizzes that are organized in offline, but also online. So the most important moment for us as an organization are the town halls that we started to have in the COVID era. In town halls, the entire organization comes together and we have three main directions that we discuss. One of them relate to the business results. That's what we say OKRs or GSMs, the strategic goals of the company, how the company and the local organization moves towards achieving the global goals. The second part of town halls relates to priorities for the next quarter, both in relation to our portfolio, well, our entire portfolio. The third part of the town halls is the educational part, interactive part, where we have certain quizzes through Caputo Menti, where we integrate both the business and the entertainment part. And when we have questions, both from the company's area of work, but also this week we had a town hall where we had questions about Chisinau. Who was the first mayor of Chisinau? How long did he work? What street in Chisinau is longer? Like Stefan cel Mare Avenue is longer than the Hristiatic Street in Kiev. So we have many online entertainment activities that help us keep our atmosphere and be united in this context. By the way, I knew that Munchești is the longest street. Yes, Munchești was is longest in Europe, but the question was about Stefan cel Mare Avenue, because even with the ones in Moldova, living in Moldova, we did not know it is longer than the longest street of Kiev. So which of these topics do employees enjoy most? I think that employees enjoy most the Q&A part at the end of the town hall, when they had the possibility to ask open, transparent questions to the management of the company or other members of the company. An example would be that employees have certain concerns regarding the next year, given the inflation we have on the market, especially the next year's inflation. How will the salaries evolve? What would be the indexation? And these questions are answered during town hall meetings, and they have the possibility to ask the questions that concern them, and it is a wonderful possibility for us to be on the same page. That's so interesting. And now the last question. We know that you have a dream, so that until 2030, you'd organize, launch a platform online marketing platform that would be accessible to everyone so that they could have a daily subscription to certain business cases in the area of marketing. I can tell you about that. Yes, I'll try to fit in the timeline. My dream, or actually one of my dreams, and that's purpose number one right now. So to have an online platform so that every an entrepreneur or marketer could access the platform. It would be a phone app, so that you could access it daily and you could find everyday business cases or insights from the marketing fields filtered by industry and choose which of them you could implement. So they should have a tentative timeline of implementation in your company. Secondly, this platform or this application should have a team of remote marketers that would be available. Both copywriters and designers would be available to help you implement these ideas in your business. And all of that should be for a symbolic cost, like a subscription of, let's say, 100 euros per month. It's interesting. It's a quite good business model. I don't know how feasible that is, but I can tell you one thing here. The most interesting thing is that when you focus your mind on a certain direction, because like 2 weeks ago, I got a suggestion or offer from top 10 digital marketing in Romania to become an executive director. So in the context of my dream for 2030, that could turn through even faster. But so far, my priority is Philip Morris. It's very valid. Well, it's important to have dreams, to have goals, to strive towards and to achieve them. Thank you very much, Yuan, for sharing of his disclosure. Yes. And we wish you good luck in achieving all of your goals. If you don't mind, I would also like to wish you good luck in building an agile office of MAIB in the center of the city. Thank you. We look forward to see, to be able to share the experience of employees from the most agile, from the best office in Moldova. That's a good challenge. Thank you very much. Now, we are back to our discussions with the guests that we have. I'd like to introduce now Mr. Pavel Moraru. Hello. Pavel is project management and strategic project implementation professional. He's a consultant with over 10 years of experience. He's very passionate by technology, but at the same time, his belief is that the best combination and the best result can be achieved by the symbiosis of technology and human resources, which combined together can bring to exceptional results. Welcome, Pavel. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this opportunity and for this wonderful introduction. Indeed, I do strongly believe that technology is created by people and for people. That's why this combination should always be used intensely in companies and not only, also in private life. I agree. So today I'm here to talk a little about how technology can be combined with certain processes from the company that sometimes hinder us from achieving our goals, and then how can we combine technology with the performance assessment, team performance assessment and individual performance assessment processes, so that we would understand how to raise the productivity of the company in the end and how to get more satisfaction out of each of us is doing for 6, 8, or 12 hours a day, depending on the career stage and time of the year. So I am ready to start. If everyone is, I'd be glad. May I share the screen with the presentation? Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Deci
I am going to give you some more details about us. Today, I am Pavel Moraru, but I represent the company Spark Research Labs, which is a company, a Moldovan consultancy company. We are specialized in three main directions: operational excellence, which means building the capacity of the company. First of all, operational capacity, everything related to Lean Six Sigma, implementing Lean principles in the day-to-day activity. Then restructuring and turnaround means a response to certain changes on the market and capacity of the company so that the product of the company continues to stay relevant. And strategy and innovation relates to helping our clients so that they can be visionary and they could implement the most challenging intents and dreams, but at the same time staying relevant on the market and being profitable. So we are on the market for 9 years in these components, and we are glad to say that we managed to be active not only in Moldova but also in Central and Eastern Europe, and we find from the entire range. So the things we're going to discuss today rely on observations and our experience of working with clients that vary from startups, people who are very inspiring and innovative, but having a few processes in their company, and up to state authorities or companies that have operations on several continents, meaning very complex organizations that are changing slowly, who move slowly, but they want to be more agile and more relevant. That's why we will try, or I will try to share this experience from our perspective, and we'll try to discuss in detail how should we approach situations with the prejudice that exist in companies, prejudice that often prevents us from being having a higher performance. Over the years, we asked ourselves what makes a company successful. And as I said at the beginning, the combination of technology and people. And it's worst when you don't have the right people, the right people in the right places, in the right positions or in the right processes where you have biggest need. That's why we ask ourselves, why do people decide to leave from the companies where they work, or to change? What do they decide to change their jobs? That is a natural process, but still it is much cheaper from the operational point of view to maintain a person on the job instead of losing them and recruit someone new to this position. That's why, technically speaking, a company always tries to develop their employees, improve them. When asking this question, we found several studies, and also based on our experience, we understood that there are 5 major factors influencing this decision. First of all, how do I feel on the job that I'm doing? What are the opportunities that I have? What's the company culture? Who are the leadership who should have a role of mentor, the guidance, and everything that I should do in my career? And of course, it is about pay. How am I appreciated in the company, which is reflected in the way I'm being paid. A very interesting thing is that at least 3 of these 5 factors relate to a very curious activity in our companies, and that is individual performance assessment, because several activities are carried out, like 360 assessment, which is a complex assessment of feedback, but most often, at least in the first 3 areas, job fit, career growth opportunities, and company culture, if our people are happy. We found that out from performance assessment. Then we try to understand what are the biggest issues related to this process. And of course, you will recognize this, some of them in your activity. If you don't have them, that's a good advantage because you have a process that's much more balanced compared to other companies. But most often, the performance appraisal is time consuming, it's cumbersome, both for the assessor and for the assessed person. Often, it is disconnected from the direct duties of the employee. Obviously, that can't be very frequent because it happens, well, regular, maybe once a year. Some companies are still at that ideal level. They seldom rely on specific data. You know, there is this phrase, well-known phrase, in God we trust and the rest of you bring me data. This is a fundamental lack. So we rely on some impressions, on some specific data or tangible things that so that we as employees can ensure our growth and development. This is fragmented because it's not related to congruence in my development as an employee, and obviously it is affected by bias, by cognitive bias. A curious thing is that never such a complex process as performance appraisal is, because we all have KPIs or KPIs processes in the company. We all have performance assessment or measurement mechanism for various parts of process, the so-called operational indicators. But different ways of assessment exist. However, when it comes to assessing the work of one person, we often performance indicators are not very representative because everything depends on the context, on the background of knowledge that the person has, and also the context we put this person in. You know, there are tasks that the so-called set to fail tasks. You're put in conditions where the likelihood of you failing is very high, or the likelihood of you not getting the expected results. However, this is a learning experience that needs to be organized and fail fast. It's better to try and make that mistake, learn from it, instead of being afraid to act. So all of these aspects in the assessment mean that this is a complex process, and no complex process can be changed without changing the fundamental elements that make it the way it is. That's why we were very intrigued by this cognitive bias thing, and we said we want to dig deeper and we want to try to find the root cause. And one of the elements that inspired us were identifying more about how this process is affected by cognitive bias. To draw a line and to be all in the same perception area, it's important to say that cognitive bias is not necessarily something bad. It is rather a development process of ours. Our brain tends to create the shortcuts. This is a natural thinking process which helps us make shortcuts and can save calories and time, but we lose time in this process. So an analogy would be if we decide to travel to Paris, if we take the plane or drive the car, of course it is much faster and actual distance is shorter if we fly compared to driving a car, but we lose a lot of information about companies on the way, countries on the way, how do people live, how gas stations look like, how roads look like, and so we will not gather a lot of information. So the same happens when we apply this bias. Three most important groups of factors that cause cognitive biases are the shortcuts or the heuristics. the social pressure we feel when we make a decision, and the emotions that we feel at that moment. All of these three groups of factors, again, create a context where we behave as assessor and assessed person in this process. That's why we, the ones saying that we are working in management, work for creating systems and conditions so that people would interact with them as good as it can be with the company and organizational culture. We need to take into account all aspects of this process. Also, it is good to know what are the biases act most often in the situation when we want to appraise a person. So it's very curious to identify, in fact, because I'm showing you I'm very creative mapping of all known biases that are more or less cataloged by psychologists, organizational psychologists, who tend to identify these behaviors or these principles, biases that we see. Currently, there are around 188 altogether. They are divided into groups because we people want and feel comfortable when dividing things into categories. But I have a shortcut, a very effective thinking process. So I recommend you finding this chart. I mentioned the sources below. It's a very interesting mind map. You can see each of them is a short description. You can see how this is applied in the day-to-day work. And for a manager, for a person that interacts with teams with complex processes, it's very interesting to look through and to recall this in terms of what types of shortcuts my brain could make when I make decisions, and what types of shortcuts or biases could influence me mostly when I assess someone. And as an HR professional, I always ask myself whether the HR processes that I applied in the company where I work, don't they actually create conditions for some biases to become more obvious? Because we need to agree that the management of a company, and again, we are talking very often that management must strive towards educating their employees to be responsive to their needs. But unfortunately, our day-to-day context is that we have a lot of tasks to carry out. We are torn into several directions. We are juggling several things at a time. Moreover, there are KPIs that we are responsible for. We are also assessed, and there are high expectations from us. There is social pressure that I'm at the highest scale of authority, which means I am responsible for all the people around me. And then this Hakuna Matata condition in the company is really hard to create. And then, as a manager in employee performance assessment, you can easily recourse to these biases. So that's why, from HR perspective, I'm asking myself, how do my HR processes help the employer and the employee to be in a balanced context and eliminate the biases, to not apply them in the process design? Some most frequent cognitive biases. The first one is anchoring, meaning that we tend to get connected to certain events that impressed us, or some feelings that we had at a certain point. We tend to recall what we did for our birthday or last New Year's Eve last year. But if I were to ask you, what did you do on the 10th of June 2020? As long as I don't accidentally have important event of your life, it is very unlikely for you to be able to tell me if you were impressed by the 10th of June 2020 or not. This is an anchoring process. The second type of cognitive bias that is often noticed in performance assessment is availability heuristic, and that means that when I have to decide, I rely most on information that I received most recently. I noticed that in many companies, so before the performance assessment time, people change their behavior. Employees tend to be less interested in taking risks in order not to lead to certain unpleasant results, because the closer the unpleasant things that takes place to assessment, the bigger its impact will be on the impression. And on the other hand, managers would tend to create conditions where employees take high responsibility because they want more responsibility about them during the assessment time. So there is this conflict. So both sides behave absolutely naturally based on this bias, but this takes place, and it complicates the assessment process very much. And then the affinity effect says that myself as an assessor would be much more inclined to appreciate something that is known to me, or with what I have similarities. That's why it is much easier, and I will assess in a more positive way behavior that I like, a behavior that I think is good because I can see myself in that behavior. Then we have a halo effect or horns effect. Says that on one hand, I can exaggerate someone's value if I noticed it at some point and I liked it, but it's valid for both positive and negative sides. And then this exaggeration will stay for a long time in my feelings as an evaluator, and it will make me stigmatize the person. Then we have the attribution bias. That says that we are much more inclined to believe that our positive results are thanks to the fact that I work well, I strive, while someone else's negative are because of a context where I found myself. Well, we don't have the same approach when we look at the other people. That's why this prejudice creates conditions where I can be unfair in the context of a person. Why did he or she achieve those results, and how did that happen? Then confirmation bias, I think, is one of the most well-known bias for us. We all tend to confirm our knowledge, beliefs, and biases as often as we have an opportunity. Again, that is a natural process because it amplifies the efficiency of decision making for the future. The more often I confirm my decision, the most authentic this will be for me next time when this decision can help me. And the last bias that we notice very often in the assessment process is the contrast effect. It's the hot water, cold water effect. It's so curious when during the assessment process, even if we put different people one after another on the assessment day, how it happens in some companies, and if a person who has a high level of performance and then he or she is followed by a person with a poorer performance, the performance effect is amplified actually. And this is the situation if I have two people who are more or less the same, and the performance assessments will not differ very much. This is the natural effect, a natural bias that we all apply as often as we can. And we need to strive that at least these 7 biases, we need to identify them in our assessment, and we need to ensure that the design of our assessment process does not mean facilitating generation of these biases. Having said that, we reached the conclusion that fundamentally speaking, every process has a measurement unit, and our work in a company or the result or in the company or in our day-to-day life, professional life, gets into detail down to the day-to-day work or tasks that we have to achieve. Even director of a company, a president of a country has daily tasks that can be pointed out, that can be described until hours of work. And when we break down complex things into simple things, you see that if you highlight mostly the fundamental thing that defines complexity, it is easier to solve this complexity that surrounds you. So we reach the conclusion that one of the most important elements that need to be changed in this process is the feedback.
We understood that the thing that has to be changed here is the feedback. The feedback is the unit of measurement, or the coin that we exchange with our employees when we work on a daily basis with them, because we work on the basis of tasks. And after the tasks are performed, we have the tendency to discuss the outcome. So if we review the feedback process, we will have the possibility to work much better with the PSs and work much better with the outcomes of the performance assessment process. But the feedback is not always smooth in a company. Often this process of giving feedback or requesting feedback is both planned and spontaneous, is not very well structured, because the message that we convey can be either structured or not structured. There are different techniques such as hamburger, sandwich, and others. But nevertheless, this process oftentimes is not predictable. It is easy to keep our hand on the pulse and to monitor the feedback that we give as a manager or receive as employees. Feedback is always more valuable if it is close to the task or the event that we want to assess. It's the equivalent with a young child who makes a mistake. We tend to explain and show the effects closest to the event. For example, if they break a glass or they run and cross the street, it's very good to stop and explain immediately why this is not a good thing to be done. And the same can be said about giving feedback. It can be the result of a number of events or can be per task on a daily basis. And when I receive today the feedback to a certain task, I tend to forget what I've heard or some specific things, but I have an impression after that. I have an impression about how the person perceived the outcome, or myself as an evaluator, I form an impression about this task. I do not memorize the specific things, and that's a natural thing for us human beings. So it means that feedback in a company tends to focus on what was done in a process or in a project. We have some outcomes after each task or after a set of tasks, and the discussion can focus on this result. What we should change in a report, what we should change in a design, what we should change in a certain area or in a certain functionality on the platform, or in a window or a house that we've built. It does not matter. We are discussing about the feedback of what was created. recommended feedback setup so that this element is relevant for performance assessment. We have to understand what are the tasks and the activities for a project or a process, and to identify what skill set a person or an employee needs to be able to perform this task in a manner that is useful, relevant, and provides a beneficial outcome. So the feedback should focus on how the task was performed, because if I know how, I can learn and I can connect it to the skill set or skills metrics if it's implemented. So I can understand what is the current skill set, what is the level of each skill or competence, and how this can be connected to the job description or responsibility of the employee. And after that, I can connect this skill set to a list of strategic skills that the employees should have in the context of the company and in the context of the strategy, because any process, an activity and project of a company tends to work in order to meet the strategy. And this can represent the competitive advantage on the market, an advantage that will ensure continuity of the business. So for this, we have created a platform that improves the feedback process and is connected to performance assessment as a process in the company. And we tend to address the question of how to decrease the effects of cognitive bias, because if we rely on feedback per task or per duty, because we will in such a way we will decrease the effects of bias, because if a feedback is given immediately after a task was fulfilled, we collect the feedback and process it so that we collect specific things about what went well, what went wrong, and what we can improve in the future. And this platform, of course, streamlines certain things. So in any process of feedback management that you implement, and after that the evaluation appraisal, it is very good for the context or the environment of the company related to setting tasks as part of projects, setting goals and objectives, to have a platform where we could monitor these activities. And here we ensure the connection between technologies and people, because there are lots of project management and task management platforms available. And we encourage you to use these platforms because they facilitate the work and allow developing in several directions. For example, collecting feedback per task, because otherwise it's a very difficult process to collect feedback in separate documents rather than online. So in this case, when a task is performed on the task management or project management platform, there is a need to offer feedback. The manager or the peer or the customer even who worked together with the employee can offer a feedback per task. This means that we are creating a context and a frictionless process in a way that this process is as easy and as comfortable as possible for the users. That is why it is important for the feedback to be just in time, coming from lean management or agile, and should be specific. A task cannot be performed unless the employees has some skills specific for these tasks. That's why we recommend for the job description and this matrix of skills to be linked to the processes to be performed by the employees. And also linked to some specific tasks, but we can do it vice versa. When we give feedback, we can identify what skills could have been used by the employees and to link the task and activity of the employee to the skill that he or she used. The innovation always comes in a context of freedom and creativity, but also because of some limitations. So even if we want to give feedback in a free form, it would be good nevertheless to limit it in order to reveal the essence of what we want to say. And a very good way to give feedback is to say what was good or what could be changed, but there are also some elements that should be removed in the future. So this allows us to apply the benchmarking rule. And this allows us to identify the good elements which worked and the bad elements that were applied during the activity. And an essential thing in offering feedback is related to the so-called numerical assessment, but almost nothing is continuous in our universe except for some mathematical constants and other fundamental physical elements. The rest is in a continuous form. So even the scales that we are using, our recommendation is to have a continuous scale and sometimes even to remove the numbers, because on the basis of our past experience, people tend to apply the law of big figures that say that in a multitude of events we tend to, or the average tends to reflect the truth. And the most important thing is that offering feedback in such a structure is rapid. And when we connect this activity to the multitude of educational processes that we might have in a company and the costs incurred by a company when they bring in new employees, to offer feedback per task is very cheap compared to other activities that we implement in the company. That is why these 3 or 7 minutes that we can that we can spend per task can save us time and can also impact the profit and loss statement. That is why the advantages of performance appraisals empowered by task-based feedback are several, and we are offering an acronym that can be memorized easily. Of course, I'm joking. There are some advantages that we have discovered in this approach and that our customers tell us when they use this approach. So people do not change suddenly. The improvement is incremental from one task to another, from one activity to another, I get improved. So such an approach to it's very interesting, very important what you are saying, Pavel, but let's go to conclusions. Yes, actually, I'm on the last slide. So having said that, it is important to take into account the fact that the task-based feedback allows performance appraisal to be on time. It allows us to check as often as possible the realities. It's easy to be measured, and the most important thing is that we can react easily to things that are changing within the company and in the surrounding environment on the market. That is why we encourage you to analyze the performance appraisal process in terms of how the feedback is offered and what is the source of feedback applied. And we will be happy to discuss on other occasions if we are useful to share our experience or to discuss your experience. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel. Yes, indeed, it was interesting. and information that was profound, both profound and detailed, about performance management process. And so it was a whole workshop on how to provide feedback. The content was very consistent. So thank you, and we will continue the discussions in the HR committee of AmCham, and we kindly invite you for our future activities. So thank you very much. Have a great Friday and a great weekend. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am glad that we have these things in HR in Moldova, and I'm glad to be part of this process. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And for you, dear audience, we will have a 5-minute break for a coffee, and we come back with some well-known and interesting speakers with very important topics for us, for our community, and for our employees. So we'll see each other in 5 minutes.
This is what I'm grateful for. I am grateful for a family that are healthy, happy, and thriving after a very difficult year. I am extremely grateful that during a year of COVID, when many of my friends and colleagues caught the disease, that they are healthy and doing well. And finally, I am grateful, or maybe I should say hopeful, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that next year we will all be together for Thanksgiving. Thanks.
As I prepare to celebrate my first Thanksgiving here in Moldova, I'm grateful for our excellent partners like AmCham, who help us to advance shared policy priorities that will improve the lives of Moldovan people. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from sunny California. Well, it technically is not. It looks sunny, but it's actually quite cold. So another Thanksgiving is upon us, and we always traditionally look to give thanks for the things we're very happy about. It's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging couple of years, as everybody knows. And there's always the little things you can be sort of grateful about, like waking up before the alarm goes off, or finding a taxi driver who shares your weird taste in music. But in reality, you know, we all, I hope, like everyone, I'm thankful for the health of my colleagues, friends, and family. Although, to be honest, a lot of my friends, as I'm sure everybody's, have been affected by the pandemic, and I do care or grieve for those who have suffered losses. So I look forward to next Thanksgiving, to be honest, when I could probably say that we're probably back in getting to see each other face to face, and hopefully enjoying the new beginning that the end of the pandemic will be bringing. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to seeing all of you soon.
I just want to say that I'm thankful for my family and my friends, and for the work that the American Chamber of Commerce does here in Chisinau to build trade ties between the United States and Moldova. Happy Thanksgiving.
My family and I look forward to celebrating our third Thanksgiving in Moldova, and we are so grateful for all the friends that we've made here over the last 2 years. I'm also grateful for AmCham and for the excellent partnership we've built together to help promote U.S. businesses in Moldova and to build a stronger, better investment climate to attract even more U.S. investment over the coming years to improve the lives of Moldovans and raise the standard of living. Happy Thanksgiving!
Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving 2021. I wish everybody a great celebration. I'd like to also share some of the reasons I really appreciate Thanksgiving. For me, it's one of my favorite holidays in the whole year, mostly because it's entirely centered around having a large table with your family, extended family, close friends, and gathering a lot of people around just to be thankful for what we all have. And for me, this is great. It's not commercialized, it's just enjoying these values of life. I also think that it's one of the reasons why I find Moldova such a friendly and open place. We share a lot of the same values. A Thanksgiving Day table for me looks and feels a lot like a large Moldovan table where we share the same values of family and friendship and cheer. And to this, I wish everybody a great Thanksgiving 2021.
Bine ați revenit după o pauză de cafea. Și noi suntem nespus de...
Welcome back after the coffee break. We are very glad to welcome Oleg Ryabchuk in our studio. Oleg is an engineering director at Mixbook company, that is an AMCHA member. Oleg has an interesting career and experience that he is ready to share with us today. He has a broad experience of working in companies with a technical profile in Moldova, Ukraine, and Israel. And we've seen that he has experience of working the Waze application. I am also a savvy user of this application. And besides these passions of technical development of products and services, Oleg is also passionate and he is dealing very well with talent management. And today we'll be speaking about agile corporate culture compared to the traditional one, and how to combine it in order to bring the organization to success. I know that in the Mixbook you are an engineering director, and on the basis of what I've heard about you, you are indeed a guru of culture transformation in an organization. So I would like to ask you the current culture of Mixbook, but please do not go into too many details because I understand there can be some specific elements. But we are speaking about a tech company where agile culture is closer to the behavior of a daily work. So please tell us about these elements. First of all, I would like to thank you. It's an honor for me to be part of this event, and I will be pleased to share with my experience. But regarding Mixbook, I would like to start with how I fell in love with Mixbook. I was at a crossroad. Georgie contacted me. I first talked to Georgie, and the more he was telling me, the more I was getting in love with what was happening in the company. At the same time, being in the process of interview with my colleagues that were interviewing me, I understood that persons had a verticality, and I was falling in love with people as well. And I was somehow feeling that I wanted to be part of them. The onboarding process was somehow natural for me. I did not have to play theater to take on a role. I was myself. So starting with the first day when I entered the role, I entered the office, I felt really cozy. So this is how everything starts. If I were a candidate now, I think I would start falling in love from the interviewing period. So that's what we want to do, for people to get to find out about us during the interview, to fall in love with us, to fall in love with our company. And it does not matter whether the interview was successful or not, for the person to leave with a good feeling about us. So the corporate culture is based on other things, on other values, rather than the companies 10 or 15 years ago. We have adopted an advantage cooperation model that is based on 5 principles of a dysfunctional team. So it's the totally opposite. So we speak about things that would work. And the first thing, it is the basis of the relationship pyramid, is the trust. That's exactly the moment when you are not afraid to tell to your colleague that you need his or her help, or you're not afraid to say that I cannot do it, I don't know it. You don't feel bad that your colleague knows more than you. Somehow it's natural. We somehow help each other. And the classical example, when somebody has a problem and writes on the channel, I need a help with this ticket, at least 2 people to reply. So we understood that the more natural the relationships are in the company, the easier it is to cooperate. So trust, in my opinion, is the most important. When we have this trust in the team, it is really a very important thing. How the company reached the advantage model, it's another story, also an interesting one, because the company tried to identify its core values and started to wonder, what are our core values? And a simple exercise was made, a list of value was drafted, and this list was circulated among all employees to see how many people really understand and feel this value. Did you ask everybody? Yes, everybody was involved. This was done before I joined, but I was explained in detail this process. And afterwards, a small adjustment was made, because it's one thing, the values that you want to reach, you don't have them, but you want to acquire them. No, we need to find the values that are now common, shared by all of us. And this was done, and this somehow joined people, unified people. It's not an easy process, frankly speaking. And when the relationship paradigm changes, people are leaving. But not all of them are leaving, because as a result, not only the relationship changed, but also the way how engineers think. Because we changed from the paradigm of mercenary to the paradigm of missionary. That's also a change in the way you think, because in the morning when you come to work, you have your task, you do it, and at 6 p.m. you go home. That's the easiest way, and most of the companies in Moldova, Ukraine, and Romania work. But we have a different working model. The team is thinking. We have directions where we want to grow, and the teams are thinking what we should do for the product to be better in this direction. With the help of a product manager, with the help of engineering manager, together with a team, they come together, they think, they make a list of tasks, they vote for it, and after that the team is working. So we are discussing about the agile approach that Georgi was presenting yesterday. That's the agile transformation. But in your case, it was somehow implemented as a natural way of working at the operational level. And I'm not afraid to say, but what I found in Mixed Book is totally different compared to most of the companies in Moldova. To give you a simple example, we had an offsite. All of the company went in a field trip, and a friend of a colleague said, look, I have a feeling that all of you are the same, you think the same. And now I understand why the employee onboarding or recruitment process is so complex, because you want to find good people, because one person might be an excellent engineer, but if he doesn't fit us, unfortunately, we will not employ him or her. Does it mean that the recruitment takes longer in your case? Yes, indeed it's so. But you need to know that it's simpler in this way. I've noticed, and that's a good trend, many specialists think about their emotional intelligence as well. And recently, I would like to say that the success rate in terms of culture fit is about 50%. I don't know where it comes from. People try to be different, or somehow it comes from the family or from other sources. I don't know, but people are better. So 50% is a good, yes, for me, that's quite an important thing. Do we speak now about culture fit of candidates? Yes. I'm not speaking about hard skills. We're discussing about culture fit. And you should know that but at the same time, we're saying that we're not employing very good people. We want to employ both good professionals and good people. And if this amalgam of values that we are searching for is in the same person, then a good candidate does not leave us, to put it like that, and vice versa. A good employee will not leave us. Very interesting what you are saying. Another question. When we were speaking about the study of values, implementation of new values, aligning personal values with the values of the employee, and my question of the employer. And my question is, have you had situations when very good professionals had one or two opposite values compared to the values of companies? And what could you do in such situations? Yes, it happens. It happens like this. Thank you. That's indeed a very good question. Sometimes we have this notion of disengagement. When somebody deviates, then the team is the cure. Colleagues say, look, you are tired, something happened, you need a holiday. But if the holiday does not help, we work with that person. If the team invests their time and try to help, and if it's a success, then it's fine. If not, then we try to speak, either with the manager or myself, and to do a kind of mentoring to understand the problem. Maybe that's an emotional problem or a family problem or burnout, or they don't like the work they do. We try to understand the problem. And after that, we try to solve the problem. So it's like I'm the type of person that will fight for the people that are somehow outside of the group. I give them all of the chances. Yes, indeed, this is important. It's important for the HR. And I'm speaking now about responsibility, not position, to have to always take into account that we are in charge for the careers and lives of people. And when something happens, the first question should be why this is happening, what we could do. Can we help offer the support? And when we use all of the options, the final decision is of the employee, but we are somehow satisfied that we tried to address the situation from all of the perspective and we helped the employee. Yes, indeed. In my experience, I saw when I was fighting for a person and that person left in 3 months. But I want to say that the money works 3 to 6 months, no longer than that, no shorter than that. 3 to 6 months, maximum 6 months.
Usually, as a manager, I try to convince a person, I try to describe what they could expect. And people decide, and they decide to do. I also can describe them what could be their life in next book in the next 3-4 years. And the person decides for themselves, do they want to live or do they want to stay? Because I believe, and generally, I was talking to an employee and I recall that until the age of 30, we want a fine job. We want it to be interesting and great things. From 30 to 40, we start looking for the money. We want to have a high salary. We want to build a family. And from 40 years, importance of money goes down again. We start to think, oh, I want to feel good again. I want to enjoy what I'm doing. I want to go to work and feel good in the morning, not to think that just wait for 6 o'clock and leave. In this context, talking about the commitment or engagement of the employees, the other side of a coin, because money is on one side and what's on the other side is the intrinsic motivation, is the purpose, especially, I mean, indeed, from 20 to 30, people have a drive, the ambition, energy, self-fulfillment. It's the wow time. Between 30 and 40, they want to see the result of what I did until 30. I want to have a monetary expression. And after 40, we have a question: what's my purpose in life? And that people want to be as inspired as when they were between 20 and 30 years of age. They're not looking at money. If they have 3 different salary, like, oh no, sorry, we have 3 job offers, 3 different ones, I'm sure that after the age of 40, the candidate will look and choose the company where they feel better. Even a difference in $1,000 will not make their lives more beautiful. This is where we intervene. And there's a question, how do you help? What are the activities, the elements that are mandatory, that need to be present in an organization for us to help the employees to keep their purpose and to align them with the vision and mission of the organization? Because in the end, we are in the commercial sector. We are creating financial indicators. We are managers, but at the same time, we manage people, the most important resource, and we need to be careful, and we need to align all these things very well. I will try to explain. I didn't mention the mission. We as a company have a mission that we all as employees do share. We have DOs. These are the goals that we want to achieve, and most interesting for the team to be engaged. The team defines its DOs based on the company's one. So they come together, it's quarterly, and the DOs change once a quarter. Again, taking into account the performance of the company. Maybe we need to adjust a bit. So they could stay or they can change. It's something similar to performance management where you set the goals. The classic way it was once per year. Now we're talking quarterly. DOs aligned to the annual goals. Yes, in this way, the company works. The team feels that they do something that will help the company move towards the desired area. And the most interesting thing we have are the cascades, the waterfalls, decisions moving from top to bottom in a very natural way. It's just every team can express the risk they think in relation to this decision, so they can confirm or reject it. But, well, when they reject, it's rather related to risk. This was a good decision, but I see some risks. And it is my responsibility to tell you that, look, this problem or that problem could arise here. That's all. So we accept, but we can also answer that in something is not okay, take care. So we have a continuous feedback. I like a lot when the team gives feedback to the person. It can be good feedback, it can be bad feedback. They can tell, as I said, you look tired in the last week. Did anything happen? Do you need some vacation? So the team jumps in, and I like that. I'm not inventing it. It's something that exists. It's something that works. It's easy to work in places where the feedback culture is already deeply rooted, is present. But there are many organizations where distancing or the culture works in such a way that providing feedback or accepting feedback is something difficult or even a problem. And in this context, and the context of mixed book experience, what could be the most difficult situation of offering feedback and not accepting feedback? That is a good question. Usually, feedback, and I trust in continuous feedback. So every 2, 3, well, regular feedback, let's say, either the team or the manager tell the person, this shouldn't be a surprise, but in 3 months, they come and say, sorry, Vasily, goodbye, you have to leave. They need to know all the time, either okay or not. So we as managers, and that's Patrick Leotunia who said that we as managers avoid these dialogues, these feedbacks, because it is an emotional burden. We feel bad when we tell a person that they are bad. But I can give you an example. A child. When you tell a child, you did not do good, we do that carefully. We want the child to do better in the future. We're not telling the child off just for the sake of telling them off. We just tell them for the child to change. And if you tell the person that I'm not doing this to tell you off, I just want you to improve, this is positive, it is much more simple. So the good intention, that's what the employee should feel. The employee should feel care, future, and not just threat. Indeed, I recall and I like to compare things with the children. If you remember, during the Soviet times, if you were making mistakes, they were crossing with red. Now there is a new method where they just highlight in green what is good. And that's putting the child on a positive mindset, focusing on the good things. And when you tell the person that what I'm telling you now, it's not telling you off, it's not scolding you, it's making you feel better. Let's solve it together. I'm with you here. How can I help you? Tell me. So in my opinion, as a manager, I don't like sitting in an office. I don't have a personal office. I like to sit in open spaces, much closer to the people. And often, if people want to tell you something, sometimes they get to your door and then just turn around and leave. While in open space, okay, where are you coming to me? Come on. So I think you need to be available for your employees. So communication, again, talking about engagement, what I said about DOs and mission of the company, it's very, very important to have activities besides your company, such as once a year, we try to take the entire team +1 with the family, because I think family is team 0. We have notions like team 1, team 2, and that's managers together with the manager is team 1. Team 2 is the team that you lead, and team 0 is your team at home, your family. And that's why I think that family involvement is extremely important. And people like that. I'm just giving you simple examples. I'm not trying to just say good things. These are natural things. Like Saturday morning, I go with my family to Creme de la Creme, and I would write in the chat like, I'm at Creme de la Creme. Who wants to join me? Come. And at least 5 people will join. So yeah, and Creme de la Creme should pay for free of charge advertising now. But anyway, it is a pleasant feeling. It gives you a feeling that you're part of a professional community where the personal community fits in with a lot of harmony. And thank you very much, Oleg, for being sincere and for sharing these details from the work of Mixbook. And I'm sure we will meet again in some of our in other activities.
Iar noi continuăm cu următoarea noastră invitată.
We will continue with our next guest, my colleague from Molcel, Irina Strajescu, Director for Communications and Human Resources, who will talk to us today about a very important aspect that we touched on with Oleg now, about life-work balance and especially well-being on your job. Please, Irina. Hello, Svetlana. It's so good to see you. Welcome and good to see you again. I know that recently you came back from another very interesting event where you shared experience and contribution of Molcel community to the satisfaction and well-being for various generations, especially for elderly. Indeed, we were at UN headquarters in Geneva. We were presenting results about a success of Molcel Foundation and UNFPA project about digitalizing elderly for an intergenerational dialogue, and it's a feeling of such a feeling so proud for the company, for the foundation, for the country altogether, because it provides and this feeling of well-being. And the alignment of company values to services and values of a country and contributing to all the employees had. Well, I'm so glad once more. Congratulations for this achievement, and I will let you make the presentation you prepared. I will make a presentation in English if it is possible.
Hello, dear guests, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to be here today and to talk about a very interesting topic that appeared to be very interesting for me. I named it why X plus Y plus Z equals 1, or why we should be moving from commitment to well-being and mental health. And let's see what we'll come up with. So I actually want to start with a personal story. And the personal story about me. When I was a school graduate, both of my parents lost their jobs. It was the collapse of USSR when teachers, doctors, ministry workers, they suddenly, started selling goods at the marketplaces. And it was a very big crisis for all of us, At the time, my father, my mother, they were working in the ministries, but both of them lost their jobs. So my father started he started doing security. He was a security guard, and my mom was cooking food and selling it in the offices. So it was the time when I made myself a promise that when I grew up, I will do my best to have enough money and I will have stability in my life in order to feed myself and feed my family. I think this story is no different from the other people who were born at the end of 60s and till the beginning of 80s. These people, according to the theory of generations by William Strauss, are called, and I will move my slide, are called Generation X. These are the people of a very difficult childhood, people whose parents were constantly busy, and these kids have been responsible for everything, from cleaning the house, from doing shopping, because we had to exchange coupons for food, and you had to come at 4 o'clock to the shop while parents were working, and if you didn't do that, family was not having food. So this is the hyper responsible generation, very hardworking generation, for whom money and stability are the biggest values. And probably this is why I have been working in Molcell for 20 years already, because I have stability and I have good financial situation and I have career growth. So how can we characterize these people, the Generation X? We are taking care of our parents, we are taking care of our kids, we are highly responsible, we are motivated by stability, money. We actually accept hierarchies, because probably we are the recent generation who listened to our parents just because they were our parents, even if we didn't agree with them. We cannot say it about our kids, for example. And we respect hierarchies at work. So for us, reporting lines are very okay. If we move to the next generation, and this is Generation Y or millenniums, the ones who have been born before the year 2000, for them, stability is something that they're very bored with, because they have been born actually when the USSR countries were gaining their independence, and freedom is their major value. They want to be free, and they would exchange money for freelance possibility, because they managing their time by themselves. They want to do the job they like. I forgot to tell that X generation, Generation X, their motto in life is I must. No, I have to, I must. The motto of Y generation, of people who are in their 30s now, is I want. Yes, because they want to try different things. They want to have various number of activities, not stability. They want to be free. They don't like hierarchies, as they perceive everyone as their equals, because they have already been raising in the age of internet, and internet gives you equality. So their motto is I want. And if we move to the next generation, which is Generation Z, or digital natives, as they call them. These are the people who are in their 20s now. These are different generation. These are actually the kids of Generation X, my kids. I could have placed a photo of my son here. They are in their 20s, and they are the kids of Generation X who have been living in complete deficit. So me, when I was a child, didn't have anything. Toys, clothes, everything was deficit. Even food, you know, and because we were facing this lacks, we want to give our kids everything we have, you know, from money, clothes, educational opportunities, extracurricular activities, and so on and so forth, that these kids and all this people, this generation have so many opportunities in life that their motto actually is, I don't want, because they want to be left alone. Their parents are giving them so much that they want to stop them and just say, you know, stop. These are the digital natives, as I've said, because they have been raised, they have been educated with smartphones and gadgets in their cradles. So it's like an extension of their hand, the smartphone or the gadget that they have, and they don't imagine their life without internet. They are actually exploring the world, not outside like we did when we were young, but inside, in front of their computers, via video games and via online gaming. They have lots of virtual friends and few real friends, and they understand technologies much better than they do human emotions. Here, actually, we are coming to the issue of well-being, of mental health, and stuff like this. Generation Y and Z are very much interested into well-being. They are not too much consuming alcohol, they don't smoke, they have the wellness applications in their smartphones. And for Z generation, mental health is also very important because they are prone to depressions and to sleep disorders because they have too excessive screen time. You know, they don't go to bed without their smartphones. So this is where we are coming to Generation Z, whose motto is, I don't want, so leave me alone, let me choose. These guys having access to internet and being raised in the global environment are very much interested in everything that is going on in the world. They want to know what their contribution is in the overall result of the company and what the contribution of a company is in the overall world, actually. They have a very acute sense of justice. So if something is not done right, they want to tell about it and they want to be heard. And they feel themselves equal with each other because internet gives us equality, you know, and they don't want to accept hierarchies. And probably this is, you know, our fault, their parents' fault. We have been raising them as real individuals, as personalities, complete and very rich, and we have been allowing them to do that. You know, why I've been telling you about all these generations actually is because at our workplace, we do have all the generation present. We have Generation X, who are in their 40s and 50s. We have Generation Y, who are in their 30s. And we have the Generation Z, who are in their 20s now. And my topic was called, if you remember, going from commitment to well-being and mental health. You know, the word commitment is actually the word of the Generation X. Because, you know, our motto is I must. And if you look into the dictionary, the word commitment, yes, it's a synonym for dedication, involvement, and so on, but also it's a limitation of one's freedom because of his or her responsibility. This is our word, commitment. And when we want this commitment from the younger generations, we're actually not fitting to their needs. And I think this theory is very beneficial for us as for HR specialists, because we turn, you know, we tend to like people who are like us. We are saying, oh, this is such a good guy. He's like me when I was young. But this is totally wrong, because if we hire the young people who are like us when we were young, they will, you know, tear the organization back. They will not take it forward. So here is a short summary of these three generations and their needs. I must, I want, and I don't want. How to put them into peace. How to make this mix of their preferences something that a company is benefiting of and something that makes all these people happy. And one more theory before I go to the solution is the theory of Frederick Laloux, that is called reinventing organizations. I moved the slide forward, but it doesn't move. I hope it, yes, here it is, thank you. So very briefly, I actually admire this theory because it shows the you know, evolution of humanity together with the evolution of organizations. And if you look at the red bar, these are the organizations like, you know, tribe of wolves or mafia, where the leader is the one who is very much feared of. And if he is not very, fearful and people are not afraid of him, he will be killed or removed. People just get rid of him. And this is clear subordination. And if you don't report, if you don't do like you're set to do, you're out. Next is a Brown organization, and this is a bar of Brown. And here, the prototypes of this organization is church, governmental offices, public schools. Here, you don't have to kill anyone to become someone in the position, but you have very clear responsibility, very clear reporting lines, and you should just do what you're told to do. Next one is the Orange organization. And here I put, and this is actually somehow vice versa. There's a mistake in the slide because the orange should be X and Z should be on the blue one. So orange is the prototype of financial, very strong international financial organizations who have strategies, SWOT analysis, budgeting cycle. Everyone has job descriptions. We have very clear reporting lines. And why? X should be there because it's our generation of 40s, 50s years old, who very much feel themselves okay in this kind of organization. We feel ourselves fine. Whereas next generation, Y, doesn't feel fine in this kind of environment because they feel okay in the green organization. What is green organization, you would ask? This is an organization that is based on culture, corporate values, and this is like a family type of organization. Starbucks is the prototype, a very good example of it. If you go next, the blue one, where Z should be placed, is a new type of organization. If you can see, there is even no name for it, but they started calling it turquoise organization. And this type of organization is purely for Gen Z. Why? It has three major characteristics. This kind of companies are self-managed. So there are no few leaders, few top people on the top who know everything and who tell you what to do. These are self-managed organizations that are based on the corporate and collective genius, collective intellect. Second characteristic of this organization is wholeness. They are treating both employees and companies as a whole. What I mean by this, for example, when I come to work, I put on my professional mask. I am Irina, and I am a communication and HR director in Moltsa. At the same time, I'm a mother, and I have 3 boys. I'm a wife, I'm a woman, and I have needs. All these Irinas have needs, and the feeling of wholeness is important for Generation Z. Actually, it's important for X as well, I must admit. And third, very important characteristic of this organization is that, they are going from predict and control model. It's when you are forecasting something to happen, then you budget, and then you control this budget spending. They are going from this paradigm to another one, which is called sense and respond. We are living in such a changing environment, and pandemics was an example of it, that it's very difficult to predict anything. And organization and organism have the same root. And if you perceive organization as a living organism, then you sense what's going on within it, and then you respond. So it's a kind of agile organization. So I actually put it by myself, this generations and the types of the companies, and I think they fit quite well. And I think this is where the world is moving to. However, my conclusion probably is that we cannot move our organization directly from, orange to blue. No, we should still be having a mix, because if you remember, at our workplace, we do have a mix of generations, and we should have a mix of organizational types, because they motivate and respond to the needs of the people in their way. So why have I been telling it all to you? Because I want actually to solve this equation, and we at Moltcell are on our journey solving this equation of how to ensure that X plus Y plus Z, all these different generations, all these different people with different needs, aspirations, and passions should be equal one. How to do it? Let's see what we have done and what we are doing in Moltcell. Digitally Human is the company Moltcell has transformed into during the recent year.
After the pandemics, after Molcel has changed its shareholders and now belongs to G Corp Global, a global conglomerate, and pandemics helped us through this, absolute phenomenal opportunity to get transformed into a digital operator, which still has a human side. If you look at how many applications, services, technologies of latest generation we managed to launch during this period, we are amazed, and I'm sure you are as well. eSIM, we have the only and first company in Moldova to launch this innovative technology that has been approved by Apple, and digital subscription that you don't even have to go to the shop in order to get it, and MDoc, which is based on the mobile signature. We are absolutely paperless inside the company, and I can continue with this. But why I'm getting into, how have we managed to do all this during 1 year, 1.5 years? And who managed to do this? Who managed to do it? And this, I think you understand that this is a blue type of organization. Who is Molcel actually? Is it CEO? Is it me because I'm corporate communication director? No, Molcel are all those people, because the result that we have managed to achieve couldn't have been possible without the involvement of everyone here. What we have done is, when we celebrated Molcel 21st anniversary, we celebrated the last year of our activity in in the year 2021, we made a photo session with all the employees of Molcel, 500 people, and each of them wrote what they have done to achieve the success of Molcel during this year. I'm just zooming it in for you to see on the picture, everyone had their contribution. So who Molcel is? This is Molcel, and this is absolutely horizontal organization, self-managed organization, if you look at it from the blue turquoise perspective of an organization. What else have we done? We launched the new Molcel values, and it was when still Svetlana was with us. It's her project, actually. How we did it all of us together. We had consultations with all the people from the company, and they actually came up with these values that are reflecting our inside, values of family. Inspire, act, win, and they reflect the wholeness. If you remember, different arenas, they reflect the wholeness characteristic of the turquoise organization. Why? Because I should inspire myself, others, organization, act, win in all my areas of life. If we go to the next one, here are some visuals of what we've done with it. Performance management, lots have been told about performance management here and how to do it. I want to highlight just one thing. Feedback was a feature of Molcel. We have always been promoting, and it's something normal within our organization. But again, feedback that is a must feature of a performance management system, technical system. I mean, I can enter it now from my phone and give feedback to anyone in the company anytime, and so can they do for me. So isn't it a feature for generation Y and X and Z? Yes, it is. And yes, I thank Svetlana for that, because it was still during her time. You remember I was telling about the Generation Z and their very acute feeling for justice. Yeah, they want to be everything correct. The framework of a responsible company that is based on ethics and compliance, on integrity, on sustainability is a must for a Generation Z company. Because if something is done incorrectly, they can just report, and they know that actions will be taken to correct it. So something to look up upon. Of course, we've been telling that Generation Y and Generation X, having access to internet, they want to have, a word to say, and they want to know that they work for a soulful. I'm sorry. They technical pause. I'm very excited, so lost my voice. Yes, Generation Y, not only Generation X, but Generation Y and Z, they want to make sure that they work for a company who doesn't exist just for the money, who has a higher purpose, a business with a human face, a purposeful organization, an organization that is contributing to the society, that has a global purpose. And this is why we, last year, again, Moldcell was the first and only company, private company in the Republic of Moldova that has officially signed the Memorandum of Understanding with UN on the support of Sustainable Development Goals. You know, the employees of the company, and not only the clients also, they understand that by supporting these SDGs, good health, good education, gender equality, partnership for goals, climate action, and many more, the company you're working for are actually not there just for money. The company is there to help the society. And of course, I cannot mention Moldcell Foundation. Svetlana just mentioned, you know, I am overwhelmed with the emotions because yesterday I came from Geneva, where Moldcell Foundation was invited by UN to present about the success of the project about digital integration of all the population via intergenerational dialogue. You know, this is a feeling of great honor and proud for shareholders and for employees, because, you know, we have a team of Moldcell volunteers who have been wanting to make this foundation for years. And because we have been in a very long divestment period, we couldn't do it. But once we have changed our shareholders, we managed, inspired us actually to do this foundation that now englobes and incorporates all the social development projects of Moldcell. We are talking about Like from Grannies, digital integration of elderlies. We are talking about support of Artcore, digital, creative, Createch, everything that is going, taking us forward, online safety for kids, of course, medical support during pandemics, and many, many other initiatives. And we are happy that our employees are volunteers in the foundation. Here they are, Purple Team. And you know, this is another characteristic of a self-managed organization. There is no leader, everyone is there, there is democracy, and they are driving and they are sensing and responding, not planning and controlling. This is a living organism. This is a real characteristic of a blue type of organization for Generation Z. Moldcell Academy, of course, I cannot mention. This is a project via which we are contributing into the well-being of the country, because we are showing the students that there are companies here where you can find a very good, well-paid, motivating job that is responding to your needs, because your generations that your needs here are responded to as well. Yes, and now about well-being. You know, well-being has been addressed today for many times. Well-being is about our financial stability. It's about our psychological stability, our physical well-being, and our social well-being. Yes, so let's start with the health, because Moldcell is, and I will proudly say, a benchmark in the health being and well-being. Why? I will give you just one example. When the pandemic was happening, our employees were not calling their doctors. They were calling Tatiana Surduliak, who is our well-being and health expert, because Tatiana knew all the protocols. She knew everything what was supposed to be done. We ensured absolutely everyone in the shops, in the company, with all the necessary, you know, equipment and information. And we were the ones who called the ministry and asked, we want to vaccinate people in the company, and have done several rounds of vaccinations and so on and so forth. So physical well-being is very well done in Moldcell. But as you know, well-being is not just a table tennis and cookies, you know. This is also involves, of course, mental health. And October was a mental health in Moldcell, where during 4 weeks we met with Angela Kalancha, a PhD in psychology, who trained us and who actually helped us on how to accept ourselves, on how to accept fears, worries that are very actual after the pandemics, and how to interact with others, you know, how to be a good parent, how your psychology can influence your health actually because of psychosomatic issues, and so on and so forth. This is definitely that we will continue. And Moldcell Hobbies Hub, another project that we launched for the social well-being of people. Pandemics didn't allow us to, you know, to interact. They say that if a person has good friends in the company, he is prone to remain in this company, and he feels himself much better if he doesn't have friends, in case if he doesn't have friends. So, you know, pandemics doesn't allow us to meet and interact and chat and have coffees, especially with the people from the region. So we decided to unite the people based on their interests based on their hobbies. So Hobbies Hub is a platform for communities, and we already had a fashion stylist, already learned how to cook, we already know where to travel in Moldova, how to be a good parent, and this will continue, and this I'm sure will create social ties inside the organization so that we know each other better and become closer. Okay, here are the people who made it happen from the People and Communication Department of Molcel. They are the representatives of all the 3 generations that we have in the company. And this is why we have, are meeting all the needs of these generations inside Molcel, and are mixing all the needs of the different types of organization in Molcel. So yes, here is my recipe. There are 3 generations. There are 3 types of organizations. How to make X plus 1 plus Y be equal 1 is to mix and to find the right balance between different types of organizations so that everyone would be happy and everyone would be well inside the company. And this is Molcel. We are Molcel. And this is probably everything that I wanted to tell you. Sorry if I took up too much time.
Thank you very much, Irina. A lot of emotions, a lot of activities that really are the components of that recipe for the balanced culture, for the engaging culture. Because processes, yes, we know, each of us as professionals in HR, all the detailed processes, but the small things make the difference, and the small things in the interactions with different aged customers, with social responsibility focus on those who really need that attention and support, and the involvement of the employees and the possibility for them to explore their interests and then get involved into the company supported organization. So in the context of the culture and the well-being and the success of the organizations and attracting the employees and the customers, because the customers are the part of the ecosystem, this is really great experience. And thank you for sharing this with all the community. I'm confident, sure, that we will continue these discussions again, as I mentioned in the discussions with other colleagues. So thank you once again, and congratulations for the achievements awarded recently.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Dear audience, we continue our discussions in 1 minute when we will welcome the next panelists.
this is what I'm grateful for. I am grateful for a family that are healthy, happy, and thriving after a very difficult year. I am extremely grateful that during a year of COVID, when many of my friends and colleagues caught the disease, that they are healthy and doing well. And finally, I am grateful, or maybe I should say hopeful, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that next year we will all be together for Thanksgiving. Thanks.
As I prepare to celebrate my first Thanksgiving here in Moldova, I'm grateful for our excellent partners like AmCham, who help us to advance shared policy priorities that will improve the lives of Moldovan people. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from sunny California. Well, it technically is not. It looks sunny, but it's actually quite cold. So another Thanksgiving is upon us, and we always traditionally look to give thanks for the things we're very happy about. It's been a challenging year. It's been a challenging couple of years, as everybody knows. And there's always the little things you can be sort of grateful about, like waking up before the alarm goes off, or finding a taxi driver who shares your weird taste in music. But in reality, you know, we all, I hope, like everyone, I'm thankful for the health of my colleagues, friends, and family. Although, to be honest, a lot of my friends, as I'm sure everybody's, have been affected by the pandemic, and I do care or grieve for those who have suffered losses. So I look forward to next Thanksgiving, to be honest, when I could probably say that we're probably back in getting to see each other face to face, and hopefully enjoying the new beginning that the end of the pandemic will be bringing. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to seeing all of you soon.
I just want to say that I'm thankful for my family and my friends, and for the work that the American Chamber of Commerce does here in Chisinau to build trade ties between the United States and Moldova. Happy Thanksgiving.
My family and I look forward to celebrating our third Thanksgiving in Moldova, and we are so grateful for all the friends that we've made here over the last 2 years. I'm also grateful for AmCham and for the excellent partnership we've built together to help promote U.S. businesses in Moldova and to build a stronger, better investment climate to attract even more U.S. investment over the coming years to improve the lives of Moldovans and raise the standard of living. Happy Thanksgiving!
Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving 2021. I wish everybody a great celebration. I'd like to also share some of the reasons I really appreciate Thanksgiving. For me, it's one of my favorite holidays in the whole year, mostly because it's entirely centered around having a large table with...
Bine am revenit în studio și eu am mare plăcere și onoare.
Welcome back, and it is my pleasure and honor to present the participants of the last panel, where we'll discuss about future of work. So the speakers are Grigore Belostechnik, Rector of Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, Doina Nistor, Director of Moldova Future Technologies Activity funded by USAID and the Swedish government, Viorel Bostan, Rector of the Technical University of Moldova, and Elena Donic, Development and Talent Management Coordinator at Orange Moldova, at Orange Systems. And we will start by offering the floor to Doina, who will speak about the experience, researches, and conclusions that they had the possibility to implement in their activity. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Welcome again. On behalf of the Moldova Future Technologies Activity funded by the US and Swedish government, it was officially launched this month. This is the biggest technology project that is supporting digital transformation in the Republic of Moldova, but not only, because today technology is important, but creative industries and a green economy are also important pillars for a competitive country. So the project will focus on converging the digital economies in Moldova. And of course, if we're to speak about the future of the labor force, now we are seeing a revolution, the so-called the global reskilling revolution, that is changing the way that we are seeing the skills and the labor force as a whole. The most relevant for me is the reference at the World Economic Forum that found that until 2022, 40% of the core skills that are needed for us to do better the jobs today, to have a good performance in our profession, will change. And these core skills do not refer only to technological skills, because everybody understands now that we need to have the so-called digital skills, but are also related to the so-called soft skills, creative abilities, marketing, sales, interacting with the team, with people, and so on and so forth. So 42% for Moldova, I don't know whether it's a lot or not, but I've calculated that we are discussing about hundreds of thousands of people that need to be somehow encouraged and helped to improve their core skills in order to have better performances at their job. COVID was a lesson for us and accelerated the change and the future of work that is not already a future, that is not a future anymore, but is what is happening. The future of work is today. So this is me. You can see me on the screen. So what have I done during the COVID period? I realized that I have to have better performances in technologies, but I did not have any direct relationship with technologies. I'm not a programmer, I'm not an engineer, but technologies is all around us. And this is a course I attended at Boston University. It's entitled Digital Transformation Strategy, that teaches how to do the digital transformation at the level of companies, economies, and countries, and also at the level of teams. Another thing I've done this summer, and I also realized that this ongoing education that rectors are always telling to industries is more relevant than we are aware of. And I attended a mini master's course in leadership. Okay, I have 25 years experience in management, so what can I learn? It seems that you know everything, but it is very important to rethink, because now the economies are being rethought, the markets, the consumers. Our directors are of alpha generations. They were born with their phones in their hand, and this is what dictates everything. That's why we have to change as well. Two important things that I've learned is that the teams, the management of teams today is based on trust. This is very important. And another thing that I've learned for leadership is that the leadership is based on relationship during this era. But we've learned a totally different thing in the previous era. That is why it is important for us to start the future of work and reskilling at the level of top management, because if we don't do so, we will not be able to help our teams. If you read this certificate, you will see Arizona State University. So my point is that now you can learn anywhere. We don't have any physical borders between universities. You can be based in Moldova and attend online a micromaster at Arizona State University, which messes things up and makes it even more complex. What is happening in Moldova? And I had some discussions previously with my colleagues, because I'm discussing with companies every day. And 10 years ago, companies would tell us, we don't have money, give us money. 7 years ago, they would say, we don't have markets, give us clients, open the European markets. The EU market is open. And now we are discussing with IT companies, with textile companies, and everybody is saying, give us people. The truth is that people will not become more. we have a certain number of people. So what we have to do is to work to make people skilled. People need to be empowered. They need to be given the skills so that they have good performances in any job, to be excellent in any job. And here I have a figure that I've discovered a couple of weeks ago. I don't know whether directors would agree with that or not, but statistics tell us that the population of students in Moldovan universities decreased twice in the past 10 years. And this phenomenon, we understand that we have migration, but we have also migration at the level of universities as well. How can we stop this migration? And what can we do so that those that are staying in our universities are the best? And those that want to join a university to want to do it in Moldova, or if they study abroad, to come back to Moldova after graduating. The professions of the future in Moldova are closer than we are realizing. We have an image here from the fashion area because the Moldova Future Technologies activity also focuses on the fashion industry. So we have to make sure that this industry becomes more competitive. These clothes are virtual. Here we have two examples. Can you tell me which one is real and which one is virtual? There is no difference. This future job is called 3D design and virtual prototyping. This technology came in the past several years only and entered the so-called mainstream technologies. If in the past the technologies were not in the trade area, they were in development, but now they have been already developed, so they have reached the factories already. Are factories aware that they need 3D design? I will tell you for sure that no, but together with the technical university, we launched this month the first course of 3D prototyping in the virtual regime, because currently the European customers want these virtual clothes, because currently the fashion industry is changing from producing clothes and selling them on the basis of on-demand fashion. We need to first see what customers want and then produce in order to decrease the unsold items. Another profession of the future is e-trade. AmCham was in the front line of popularizing e-trade in Moldova. Laws were amended, companies started to get engaged in e-trade, and we're discussing with them what is happening. Why aren't we at a click distance? The Romanian colleagues told us that we need user experience. We are not even training such skills. Motion graphics and well, I don't know what this means myself, but this is a course taught by ArtCore. It's about digitalizing the creative skills, 2D animations, 3D animations. That's a huge industry. Animation, media content, movies, educational content. These industries have exploded. The creative industries are increasing at a quick pace. In Moldova, we have opportunities to develop these jobs that are paying more. The difference between a desire and UX desire can be double or even 3 times in terms of salaries, but people need to have these abilities developed. These are the professions of the future. Here we have a thing that is called projection mapping. I don't know what this means, but if you go to Chateau Vartele, you'll see a great thing. That's an experience of virtual lights that is enriching your experience as a tourist. This projection mapping is a new technology, a new profession. These are the professions of the future that can support the traditional industries such as the tourism or winemaking. Sound engineer. some examples. How much time do we have to prepare these professions of the future? Look, a sound engineer today is not like it was in the future. Now they need to use some sophisticated software, and we need 9 months to prepare a sound engineer, even these engineers that are taking care of our conference today. So it's too late to start this in the business. We have to start this in universities. That is why a message to AmCham members or those that are listening to us is to get involved. Come with us to make a change not only in the business, but to do a change in universities, so that universities not only train students, but also help us improve the skills of professionals. These are about 300,000, according to my calculations, that have to be capacitated with new skills. What we will do as part of the Future Professions project, we understand that the paradigm in universities should change. The universities need to be agile. They cannot be conservative. So we have to introduce the so-called micro masters that are so popular in the USA, and that have totally changed the way master courses are offered. So we need to introduce them in Moldova together with the rectors in our universities, in our partner universities. The law does not yet fully allow for that, but that's our goal. The screen is too far from me, and I don't see what I've written yesterday. What are the topics for MicroMasters? But some of them are digital fashion or project management. But we need also some new specialties at the bachelor's level. It's very important to give new professions, new skills at the bachelor level, because we're discussing about digital media now, we're discussing about new media, we're discussing about restructuring the marketing in digital marketing. And here we have to innovate. We cannot wait. We have to innovate from the license already. Example, we have these centers of innovations. We introduce new technologies, ARTCO for creative industries. And now I would like to tell you that it's too late in universities already. We should not forget about schools, because children now are with phones in their hands, with computers, and the school cannot remain unchanged. We believe that in order to prepare young people for the professions of the future, we need to be together. We cannot solve this on our own. We need to have a partnership between university, government, private sector, schools to do things together. The Classroom of the Future is an initiative that is bringing technologies into schools. I've seen that teachers, 85% of teachers before COVID have never used technologies for their teaching, full stop. Not at all, but 85% want to do it. So we have a unique opportunity now. This is the Classroom of the Future. We have 38 technologies that we are testing with teachers and schools, from sensors to microprocessors to microcomputers, 3D printers, even a Google Room. We have a national partnership with Google. The classroom should look differently for people to want to go to school. So we need to have the wish, the desire to go to school. And in the end, I would like to encourage you to work together, because the future of work is a joint objective of all of us, and it's closer than we are thinking. Thank you very much, Doina. Indeed, it's very interesting what you've said, and we as a community, as a country, are grateful, and I think we are lucky to have the support and the engagement of foreign governments of USA and Sweden to bring and support these programs that will be implemented together with the local partners, with universities, and for sure together with the private sector. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Elena. She will tell us what is happening in Orange system, and then we will continue the discussions, all of us together.
Going back to Orange systems, and not only generally talking about Orange Moldova, we need to mention that working spaces, similarly to schools, can't look as they were. They also need improvement. They need adjustment that would facilitate our colleagues' creativity, facilitate productivity of their work. Right now, we're talking about Orange Kitchen Space, and which has 7 dedicated areas for various purposes of every type of activity or need of our colleagues. At this moment, we're talking about the 7 areas, mostly working areas, that today colleagues book by means of an app developed within the company. That is a seat app. It is used also internationally by our clients. And in order to come to work, you first open the app on your phone or laptop, you book a seat that is available, then you come and you make sure that you are by the colleague with whom you have to work today.
Lumea crede că IT înseamnă cifre și plictiseală. Nu-i chiar așa. La Orange Systems știm o nouă rețetă de a lucra în IT. 31 linii de cod, o cafea savuroasă, creativitate și o gașcă de colegi harnici alături. Știi despre ce vorbim? Pentru că cele mai frumoase idei apar în bucătărie, am creat Orange Kitchen, un loc gândit să-ți încurajeze mintea să zboare înspre ceva nou în fiecare zi. Aici n-avem loc de plictiseală. Zilnic inovăm și experimentăm noi tehnologii. Și te asigurăm, nu e nimic mai plăcut decât să îți vezi ideile transformate în realitate. E frumos să ai colegi buni, mai ales dacă ei îți devin prieteni. Împreună așezăm talentele în capul mesei, ne inspirăm unii pe alții și coacem proiecte delicioase. Și mai știm că fiecare linie de cod scrisă bine aduce un zâmbet de satisfacție împărtășit cu echipa la o cafea. Ți-am făcut poftă? Orange Systems, o nouă rețetă de a lucra în IT.
După vizionarea acestui filmuleț este...
After watching this video, I agree it's better to see it once than hear it for 100 times. When you see the visual, it's much clearer. In this context, a short question: how do you challenge, encourage creativity on the job? By means of ergonomic workspaces. I mentioned the areas, and if you talk about the project team, of course, colleagues will pick one of the collaborative areas. If it is a day when a person needs to work on a report with a lot of files, they will choose a focus area where it is silent. No one will disturb their ideas. If someone needs to relax, they can use the sleeping area, which give them the 20-30 minutes of sleep they didn't manage to recover at home. Okay, so it's amazing. So the employee can come to work and be there, come in the morning and stay there till next morning, meaning that you give them all the conditions to work, to relax, to eat, and to sleep. Moreover, my personal area is the amphitheater area where we meet at conferences, where we organize the common lunches. We don't only share lunch, we share knowledge that we have. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. We talked about future jobs, future skills, and skills that we need to start developing today, and we see what is already working, what is in practice. And now let's start our discussions. Mr. Rector Bostan. we can all notice, we all see how the activity, involvement, and structure of a training program of a technical university changed over the last years, including collaboration partnerships you have established. And I know from my own experience, I know that some partnerships started much earlier, others got stronger now after realizing the need to build a future workforce, how stringent it is. Because even during leadership track yesterday, we talked to CEOs of companies and we were talking, where do we find people? Where do we find the needed skills in order to attract them? In order to attract them, we need to make sure that they exist, first of all. So this is where we start from. Please share with us from your experience, what did you so far? Where are the biggest things you're proud of, and where you still think it is necessary for us to focus together, private sector with public sector, in this case, education system, together with donors and international programs and projects that come with all their competence and support. First of all, I would like to use this opportunity and thank Doina Nistor present here, because the first steps in the transformation of the university happened 6-7 years ago when the people from competitiveness project of Moldova came with new ideas, centers of excellence. Zip House was the first one, followed by TechWill, followed by FACT, and then a cluster of Circle Labs. And all of these things showed us the direction we need to move. We need to make the learning path more flexible. We need to give more freedom to the ones inside. We need to accept the ones from outside to come with various ideas. We need to have various platforms, because on one hand, universities are conservative, and this is quite well explained. We can't make sudden changes in the training curriculum study programs, because the effects will be felt not in 1 year, not in 2, but in 5 or 10 years, because this depends on program accreditation. Because even changes that you make in a study program, it will be felt by year 3 students who will get to the labor market in 3 years. So only after 4 years they will be able to apply what they learned at the university. So this implementation of change in education is quite long lasting, and if you make a mistake, you'll notice that in 10 years, and then you'll need another 10 years to correct it. From this point of view, changes in education are take place by inertia, and I would like to explain why we are conservative. We need innovation on one hand. We need to move, and if we supplement traditional learning with experimental platform, where the rules are more flexible, where we allow students to express their freedom and expression. These two approaches will supplement each other. This is why TechWill exists, because TechWill is implemented by private sector partners together with the university. This approach is used in Zip House, the same in FabLab, with various degree of freedom. In this context, I really like a story that was shared by an MIT professor, Lauren Graham, who in 2011, 2010 was invited to be a consultant in Russia to help them in introducing innovations in the Russian economy. Because at that time, Russian Federation had a lot of money. They were trying to find a new way towards growth. His story was that the rector from MIT was also invited, and colleagues from Russia were asking, how did you manage to create Silicon Valley? We want to do the same. And they said, first of all, you need rule of law. You need a democratic society. You need a society where intellectual property is protected. You need a creativity environment. And most important, you need freedom, a freedom environment, because only free people can implement something new. And they listened and they said, tell us, what's the secret ingredient? And they start again. All of them are important. Rule of law, democracy, participative framework, freedom, protected intellectual property. No, tell us once more, a secret. What technology will allow us to launch up in 21st, 22nd century? They tell it once more. Then we understand, and the director from MIT said a very important thing. You want to have milk without having a cow. In other words, in a closed society, in a society with strict rules, where, for instance, the Court of Accounts come and requires, why didn't you achieve the outcomes that you planned for? In a society with a very strict regulatory and legal framework, innovation will never exist. You can have a lot of inventions, but not innovations. And this should be understood by everyone. So I have to draw an important conclusion from this. Indeed, Doina talked about new training programs, microcredits, new competences, but in order to succeed in doing that, we need to liberalize our regulatory framework, because a university, in order to launch a new bachelor's degree program, needs at least 2 years. To make a change in a nomenclature approved by the government, you need 1 year and lots of justifications and explanations by government decisions. So while it takes us to do that, a program can become obsolete already. So it is very important. For instance, microcredits. This thing is moving quite slowly because changes are needed in the education code and legal acts and framework regulations of the ministry, internal regulations, and another important ingredient are the people. Where can we get people when salaries in universities are not competitive? And there is this major discrepancy between a beginner's salary in education, a teacher in academic study, and a beginner's salary in business. In IT, an assistant at the university is 200-300 euros. We can't pay more. A beginner's salary in IT is from 500, 600, 700, 800 euros. And of course, the best one will not stay at university and develop research and evolve in teaching. They move to the private sector, because bringing them from a private sector, you can't, it is not possible, because the education code prohibits teaching by people who don't have a PhD degree. I understand that the intention was good, but we need to provide for some flexibility and freedom, because universities are autonomous units and should be able to make the decisions they want, and they shouldn't be monitored that strictly. So autonomy exists, but only at declarative level, and it is not possible to apply. Well, it is possible. It just takes an extra effort. I think that Rector Belostechnik, as a chairperson of the council, can say more. So, Mr. Belostechnik, many years in my experience, the public sector and private sector started a very good cooperation. In our future starts today. I think
Acum am și eu copii și mi-aș dori ca ei să rămână în familie, în țară, să studieze, să se autorealizeze,
to create, to self-realize, get a profession, a specialization, and contribute to the add value here in the country. So how do you see that some crucial activities that are needed right now, involving not just us, people who are here today, but also other stakeholders, like legal framework is one thing, but what other ingredients or factors would be necessary to facilitate today this educational system? I fully agree with you, Svetlana, and with other discussions that were presented today. You addressed what I wanted to do. Almost in all times in universities, always do what we need to do. And we started interesting project, and not so much was said about this collaboration and environment, but we were not always rightfully appreciated, and sometimes we were even criticized. Donna also mentioned that we have much fewer students than before. It wasn't only a twofold decrease; it's much more. And it's not also a decrease in the number of students, it's also a dramatic decrease in the number of population. So in the future, we need to get used to the new dimensions that are valid for Moldova, and we need to live back in the history of the number of students and population that we had before. So we need to accept and we need to align to the new reality where we live, and we need to look towards the future. We need to look to the future and realize that we need to do things in the present, and we need to see what do we keep from what we had, what we keep from what we want to carry forward to the future. The world is changing so quickly, and sometimes it is difficult to keep the pace up, and especially what we call information and communication technologies. Sometimes we see to what extent we are able to assimilate all the innovation generated in this field, and not only this field, because innovation should come up in all fields of activity, not just major inventions like internet or telephone or nanotechnology and nanomaterials. Innovation should be everywhere in all possible areas of human activity. Indeed, the fact that during the pandemic period that we are living through for the last year and a half, it shows that we can adapt to changes happening in the society, because previously we were talking in the university that we should use ICT more, we should use more of remote learning platforms. I can assure you that this year all people in universities learned that, regardless of their age, which means that we have the capacity to adapt to change. And sometimes we just need to make more effort in order to achieve that. Yes, the situation of the labor market also changed. And by the way, we are talking about raising quality of life without that. Well, that is not possible without an improvement of the economic situation in the country, without economic growth that we need in Moldova. But the population is smaller, and we need to highlight technology and other ways that would help raise the productivity of labor. So we need to do more than we did before, and ICT is not something that easing our job. It's something that allows us to do more things in a shorter time, and we need to be grateful. And even if sometimes it is difficult to assimilate all this information that new technologies are bringing, a large number of them are falling out of our attention, but we need to move in the same rhythm with the times. And indeed, there have been periods of times when economic operators were not looking at what happens in universities. They were just telling us that you need to work better, you need to ensure high quality, it has to be more adapted to labor market, until they face that problem. The fact that we are smaller, and this is what will happen very soon in the society and the economy. We will feel a lack of labor force, lack of people, and in relation to this, we can set big goals. So there is not enough labor force now, and I like to say that, well, before, an economic operator could choose out of the best one out of 10 students. Lately, a graduate of a university is choosing out of 10 offers, and he or she decides what economic operator to pick. Indeed, in the context of these enormous changes that we go through all the time, we are not ready to prepare our students for everything they need to do after employment, but we need to teach them to learn so that after graduation, they can learn the fast change that take place in the social life and the technological life. So these partnerships and cooperation with economic operators, their active involvement of students, of government, we need a system approach. All of that could allow us to improve things so that, and in all these partnerships, business environment and university, both sides will win. The business sector will get better qualified labor force after university. We, the university, will win because we'll know what to pay more attention to, improve the content of the study plan, the content of the courses, quality of training of our students altogether. And in the end, it's the entire society that wins because it will benefit of effects that we desire: more sustainable economic growth, higher revenues for the population, higher revenues to the state budget. That's why I'm saying that we need to make effort to develop jointly these partnerships. We need the business environment to be involved to a larger extent in everything we do in our universities, and universities should take a high level of responsibility for what we do so that we would do useful things for the society and potential employers. Last but not least, a lot of things that the university does today will become trades, like sound engineer or something. It has to be an occupation. Well, but universities don't do only that. We just train people that should have very well developed communication activities. They have leadership skills, creativity. So we need to give to each of these training levels what they need to do. So, and we need to leave universities to do what they need to do in order to keep the values that they have always had in every society. We want this thing. And I am absolutely certain that we will handle all of these challenges that we have to face, and we will prove that we are useful, we are necessary to the society where we, of course, I don't want to leave out of attention what you mentioned. Indeed, we need more autonomy in everything that we do. I absolutely agree. There are many barriers in our way, and because there are restrictions, regulations, laws that we have to observe. Indeed, we are not allowed to make any fast changes in the list of specializations at the beginning of bachelor studies. We have, which is quite tough, it has to be observed. We have a bit more freedom for the master's studies. We can start programs anytime, and that's why the business environment should also get involved, and they should tell us what they need, because they might create companies in the same area. They could create consortiums saying that this year we ask you to prepare us. So we need more flexibility. The ones calling to so we need to find what is useful to their future. They also like the easy way, and they don't want to change this preference of theirs.
modă, dacă îmi permite să fac lucrul ăsta, merg pe aceeași cale.
So they use the same path. We tried in the past 2-3 years to launch some master courses in interdisciplinary areas, such as finances, e-business, e-commerce, e-marketing, and others. And you know that we did not have any applicants. Maybe they didn't know. Well, we promoted them, we informed them, but they decided to go on the easy way because these new areas ask for more efforts. So my point is that we need system approaches. We need to perceive correctly the realities, and we need to know what will happen in the following periods, and we will manage. I am sure that, moreover, during the pandemic period, we've managed to learn new things that we thought previously that we would need about 10 years to learn them. And I would like to say that the discussions that we have initiated are of real usefulness. And I think that those that are listening to us will hear us, and not only them, but those from schools and other educational institutions. That's right. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for these objective conclusions. And perhaps here we have to mention, as you said yourself, Mr. Rector, Bostan, engaging in high schools with vocational guidance, helping students and pupils to discover their skills and talents versus a future profession. And now we are watched by HR professionals, managers from the private community who have written down the need to interact and to provide an input, a feedback, to come to the discussion table with the universities and to share their needs, because when we discuss the needs, we find appropriate solutions. I just want to tell that the business environment is more active in accepting cooperation with our universities, and if in the past we had a number of active companies, now, well, I cannot say that we are bombarded, but we have many requests from the business environment coming up with cooperation proposals, though they want to discuss with our students. They come with lecturers to offer competencies that are closer to the business environment. So it means that they are already aware of the fact that they will need cooperation and new partnerships with our universities. So these are actions that are natural because the workforce crisis has deepened in the past year. And here we also have the good side. We have the industry that have developed the manufacturing, the IT park. That's a totally success story for the Republic of Moldova, but for which we need to have a good planning of the labor force for us to be able to maintain this business model. And in this context, I would see a cooperation with the state structures to bring the voice of the private sector. And I'm speaking about the AmCham community and other business communities to facilitate the dialogue with the regulatory structures of the educational system. At the same time, the flexibility that is for the master education and for reskilling. We are discussing today about BA and upskilling, reskilling, lifelong learning processes. And perhaps here, our students need to be able to use and choose among various options, physical and virtual. And when we have competitive programs, I think that's an opportunity for us, for all of us. So with your permission, I would like to step in. The ongoing training is of crucial importance now. And yes, we have former graduates, people that are already working in the industry, as Doina said, that they use this opportunity. You know that 1 year ago, we have introduced that all the ongoing training courses to be accredited by ANACEC, and the accreditation is also difficult.
să facă față și atunci așteptăm câte un an, câte 2 ani de zile să ne vină rândul să ne ia aceste programe la verificat și aprobat. E o problemă care frânează foarte mult programele de formare continuă și care invers ar trebui să fie foarte rapid. Ești acreditat pe domeniul de licență într-o anumită zonă?
So if you are accredited, you have a BA degree in a certain area, you can open as many ongoing training programs as much as you want, avoiding bureaucracy. So besides the money that the university has to pay to certify the ongoing training programs. So that's another example of strict regulation. Maybe it was introduced with good intentions, but it's an obstacle to promote new competencies. So we need to make the framework more flexible because it's absolutely important to offer more flexibility because technologies are changing every month, literally. By the way, we have discussed with our colleagues from Lithuania that drew the attention to the fact that in the European universities, 20% of courses are elective. In USA, 40% are elective courses. That's a significant difference. That is why the universities from USA are more flexible and they can react more quickly to innovations and changes. And they have bigger budgets, they have more freedom, and they have been always more pragmatic and more dynamic.
Din Europa. Dați-mi voi să zic și două cuvinte. Cu adevărat,
Let me say a couple of words. Indeed, what Director Bostan said. These programs that need to undergo the accreditation and evaluation procedure, besides taking a lot of time, they're expensive to universities and they reduce what we can do because you can't launch the same program tens of times for, to recover the effort. And sometimes they don't need it because the requirements of economic operators change and market requirements change. And we think of young people coming from high schools, colleges, other educational institutions, but we should not forget about the bit older ones who also need to be involved in the ongoing development, and especially when they get to the retirement age, because previously we were saying that we need to set barriers not to allow hiring elderly people. Now we see this huge deficit of labor force. We need to be aware that we need to give them extra opportunities for them to get new skills, or that works a bit harder for them to achieve competencies related to new technologies, communication, but we have to give them that possibility to be rehired in other fields that they practiced in their life. By that way, we could solve some issues related to labor force in Moldova. Because this labor force market is not well structured in Moldova, it is not balanced, it is changing continuously, and maybe we need to be more flexible in everything that we do, including in continuous education for all people. In this context, I would like to mention that in yesterday's discussions, we had with the presentation the people from McKinsey who told us about agile transformation, about agile culture, and why it is important for us to be agile and flexible today in the public and private sector, because it is necessary to adopt this culture and to learning the agile culture at country level, at the level of processes that are interconnected between the public and private sector, because indeed, unless we are agile and flexible today to approve quickly the education programs for reskilling and upskilling, in 2 years' time that won't matter anymore. And in trade is the KPI time to market. This time to market does not exist in the public sector, but we should put that on the discussion table. And I'm sure that on AmCham platform, HR committee and the legal committee, we will establish and continue this dialogue with empowered authorities, and we will invite you to strengthen our efforts together so that we can make the next step. Having said that, I would like to thank you for accepting to share this Friday afternoon and sharing ideas and concerns and needs and achievements that we have, because we do have achievements as well. We have challenges that we need to keep working on. So now I'd like to thank you, and I would like to wish you a wonderful weekend, a prosperous activity, scientific research activity to you, Rector Belostechnik and Rector Bastan. Also you, Doina, in propelling future strategies, future skills, support and vision, because it is a vision that is supplemented with what exists in the current system and processes. So you, Elena, I would like to thank all of you for a wonderful, interesting discussion, and hopefully we'll meet again with new achievements. Thank you very much to everyone for being with us during these 2 days at the 5th edition of the International Conference on Human Resources Management, EMCHM, which brings together professionals from private and public sectors, researchers from national level and international level, consultants, all partners of the business environment who contribute to strengthening growth, development of human resources. And I don't want to say labor force, because we, in a way, are the one who take care, because Anita was saying that we have a body of the organization, a soul of organization. We take care about the soul of the organization, and those are the people. Thank you very much once more. I wish best of luck to you, and we'll meet again on other platforms of a HR committee EMCHM.